sending texts with inappropriate jokes.
Okay.
And like all
We
that
almost
stuff.
forgot to start our meeting here. All right, we forgot to start our meeting. All right, order in the court, order. All right, let's have a call to order. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Lamb,
Here.
Commissioner Hensley,
Here.
Commissioner Hazelton,
Here.
Commissioner Godek,
Here.
Commissioner Boswell,
Both here.
Commissioner Barrett,
Here.
Chair Gaddis.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, so we will salute the flag. I will ask Commissioner Lamb to lead us in a salute to the flag.
All right. Somebody coach me if I forget. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, so this is the regular Planning Commission meeting of Thursday, March 16th, 2023. And I would like to start with an approval of the order of agenda. Do I have a motion?
A motion to approve the order of the agenda.
And do I have a
Second.
Okay, and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All against, say no. It is approved unanimously. We have blue folder items, which are additional backup materials to administrator reports and or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. Do I have a motion to receive and file blue folder items?
Receive and file blue folder items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And consent calendar. These are business items except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion and they're assigned to this discussion of the consent calendar. Commission members may request that any consent calendar items be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under excluded consent calendar section, and those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. I will call on anyone wishing to address the commission, Holly, to discuss any of the consent calendar's items that have been pulled, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and the comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do I have a motion? Do we have anybody who wants to pull a consent calendar item? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items?
Motion to approve the consent calendar items.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say no. It is approved unanimously. This section is the public participation on non-agenda items, and it's to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section. Do we have any?
Yes, Holly Osborne.
Okay, do we have any written requests? Any written,
There are no e-comments and no attendees at this time for non-agenda.
may I call Holly Osborne to the podium?
Okay, good evening.
Her microphone is not on? There we go, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, is it on now?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, commission members and staff. I've wanted to ask this question for a while. I think the real question we should be addressing is how do we build starter homes? If there are no starter homes in a community, the younger generation cannot find anything to buy, plain and simple. And let me show you what I mean. Well, I gathered signatures for the zoning initiative before we had to stop and aim for the 2024 ballot. The zoning initiative would let cities control their own zoning, but the easiest way to explain it in an R1 neighborhood was to carry a picture of a 2 on a lot in the tall and skinny area. I'd hold it up. I'd say, do you want to have this in our R1 neighborhood? I got the signature like that. But one time somebody said something different. He said, hey, I framed those houses. The developer bought the house for $100,000. This was an older guy. This was back in the 70s. And then split the lot and destroyed the old house and built 2 new ones, which each sold for $120,000. Whoa, I thought. Replacing 2 houses for one should make things cheaper. Isn't that what Scott Wiener is trying to teach us? Why didn't splitting the lot and making 2 houses where one once stood make things cheaper? Because there were no limits on the size of the house you could build. Because the developer tore down a 1,000 square foot starter home and built something bigger. Maybe starting out with 1,300 square feet, they're up to 2,500 square foot now. So you lost your starter home. You didn't get 2 new ones, you lost 1. The developer cheated out the first time buyer 3 times. 1, by outbidding him for the lot, because at that time in an R1 area, a single family home like that size would sell for $90,000. And and then he cheated the entry level owner again by not building something the buyer could afford. So much for the missing middle. And at some time in the past few years, it became the starter home for $1 million and tear it down and build 2 of something each for $1.2 million or more. Okay, you get mech starter homes. Now, what can you do about this? How would there have been a way to stop it? Okay, by the way, who loves that stuff? The city loves it, more property tax. But there would have been a way to stop it. Put limits on what size houses the developer can build. We have FARs in single-family neighborhoods. We should have them in R1A zones and in R2 and R3. But you should talk to a developer and find out what kind of math would make it work that he could build some starter homes. I can't believe that it can't be done. And if we need to waive some Quimby fees in the process to make this work, then do it. Just don't keep adding fees. Okay? We need starter homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Any other comments?
There are no comments and no attendees.
Great, thank you. Okay, so our next section is ex parte communication. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the following public hearings. Commissioner Lamb, do you want to start?
Yes, I have spoken with Commissioner Hazeltine, Planning Manager Scully, Director Forbes, and members of the community, including Dr. Osborne.
All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, on this topic, I spoke with members of the public and with staff.
Commissioner Hazeltine.
I spoke with members of the public. I spoke with Mayor Brand. I spoke with Councilman Nierenheim. I spoke with the housing specialist that works for the city of Santa Barbara. And I spoke with Commissioner Lamb.
Commissioner Godek.
Just members of the public.
All right, Commissioner Boswell.
1 member of the public.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. This is a continued agenda item J1 from January. So I'm not going to repeat everybody who I mentioned during that initial hearing. I will say since then I have spoken and had ex parte communications with Chair Gaddis and city staff.
All right, and I have had ex parte communications with Commissioner Barrett, staff, and with council people Nierenheim and Lowenstein. All right, so we have a public hearing coming up. Do I have a motion to open our public hearing J1?
Motion to open the public hearing, J1.
And I will second that.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all those against say no. We hereby have a continued public hearing for consideration of amendments to Title 10, Chapter 2 zoning ordinance and Title 10, Chapter 5 coastal and land use plan implementing ordinance of the Redondo Beach Municipal Code for adoption of an inclusionary housing ordinance. Do we have a staff report?
We do. Before we start, did you want to do the oath for any members of the public who want to speak?
Do we have, do you want to speak on this issue? I don't want to. Well, if you do, I'm going to swear you in. Okay? All right.
Great.
How's that?
That sounds good.
Okay.
And we don't have anybody on.
No
Zoom.
attendees.
Okay. So if you could share my screen. We have our consultant Kathy Head with us again tonight from Kaiser Marston. I'm Brandy Forbes, the Community Development Director, for those who might be watching. And we're going to go through, I know that we've had very lengthy presentations, and at the last meeting, we had, answered a lot of different questions. We can always come back and revisit those. We are going to go through the basics of the presentation again. This originally started at our December meeting with the presentation, continued to our January meeting with the presentation, public comment, and a lot of questions from commissioners. And we continued it to this hearing. And hopefully we'll be able to conclude our discussion and move on any recommendations to the City Council. So with that, we'll go ahead with the presentation. If you want to go ahead and start, Kathy.
Except for none of my microphones.
Let me see.
Just hold your finger down on it a little longer.
Here you go.
There you go.
That one.
Oh, you have
that
two.
one
You're in
too.
stereo.
Now I have two. Okay, thanks. Okay. Good evening, Planning Commissioners. So as Brandy said, we're just going to go through the highlights, and then we're here. Now, when I'm not controlling the thing, so I'm just going to put my hands down. So
Like you are.
I did last time. It didn't really work. So the key factors that we're looking at for your consideration are just to understand, to begin with, what inclusionary housing is and what its opportunities and what its constraints are. So the idea is, the foundational idea of inclusionary is to have affordable units produced within market rate projects. However, then what the courts and the statutes have told you is that you need to provide options to that on-site production. So we've also structured some recommended off-site, in lieu fee, et cetera, options. But the foundation remains on-site production of affordable housing. So the standards that need to be set when an inclusionary housing ordinance is set up is, what are the percentage of affordable units that will be required? How big a project does it have to be before it triggers the obligation, so the threshold project size? And then how deep will the affordable housing requirements be? So we've been through that, and we did a financial analysis, and then we did an updated financial analysis, which you've seen, so there's nothing new. And the other thing to think about is the standards are typically different for ownership housing projects than they are for rental projects. Now, the key things that you have to think about when you're setting up this inclusionary housing program is what the courts have told you. And the courts have told you the standards cannot be confiscatory, they cannot deprive a property owner of a fair return on investment, and it can't create a constraint to the development of housing. None of those things have been defined. And so what we do when we do these analyses is we tend to take a very conservative approach to setting up the standards that can be supported. So given that none of the courts have told us what that actually means. However, the other thing we did is we surveyed 80 plus other jurisdictions with inclusionary as part of our analysis to look at what other communities are doing. The idea is there's no question that there's an unmet need for affordable housing. However, we need to balance the interests of property owners and developers against that need for unmet need for affordable housing, because if it isn't viable to build in the first place, then you don't get any units. And so these two interests need to be balanced against each other. So what we asked the City Council to recommend, and then what we presented to you in the couple of meetings we've been here, is to establish what the target income and affordability standards are, what the threshold project size that triggers the obligation is, and what the other options to production that will be offered. And the typical options are an in lieu fee payment, which we'll discuss, off-site production, so developing the affordable units in a site near the market rate project, or creating a separate parcel within the development site for the affordable housing. The idea that it's more stable and more desirable in many ways to have apartment units fulfill ownership housing requirements when you can, because it takes away that
that need that when somebody bought a house, they expect that they're going to make money when they sell it. And if you want to have continuing affordability, there's not a lot of money to be made in an ownership housing unit. But if you have apartment units fulfilling your ownership housing requirements, then tenants move in, tenants move out with no expectation of building equity. Then another option is land dedication. So a developer would find a piece of land and give it to the city and say, good luck to you. Go forth and develop an affordable housing project. And then the final option is acquisition and substantial rehabilitation of existing rental units. The issue with that is that you can't get RENA credit and for that. And the idea of inclusionary typically is to help you fulfill your RENA obligations. So the next slide is, this is what the city council told us. So when we met with the city council a few times, they came back with these ideas that they would like to have considered. And they wanted to set the inclusionary requirements on all projects that are 2 units or greater. And that's not necessarily a production requirement, but it is a requirement that if it's a 2-unit project, it is subject to some sort of inclusionary housing requirement. Given that our financial analysis said that a full unit can't be supported until there are 10 units in a project, that leaves projects that are smaller in a position where because you can't build a fraction of a unit, then they'd either be building a 2-unit project would be building 1 affordable unit, 1 market rate unit, and that doesn't work. It doesn't work financially. So then the idea was to set up an in lieu fee payment structure that's a sliding scale for those 2 to 9 unit projects. And then 10 is the first time a full unit can be supported. So after that, then production of some sort is required. So with the exception of extreme financial hardship, for which we have a long definition of what extreme financial hardship is, and it's the developer's obligation to prove to the city council that exists with objective evidence. The other thing that we're looking at with in lieu fees is if there's a fraction of a unit required. So for example, if 2.4 units are required, do you allow a developer to build 2 affordable units? Do you require a developer to build 3 affordable units? Or do you take the 0.4 fraction of a unit and allow an in lieu fee to be paid for that? That went around the block a few times. And so at the November 8th meeting, the city council asked for an in lieu fee schedule to be created for fractional obligations for projects above 10 units.
And just to clarify, the resolution that's in the packet has the ordinance where it rounded down. So if the recommendation ends up being, and I think that's where city council wanted to go, of having the fractional in lieu payment, then that would be one of the recommendations. So when we get to that down the road, when we get to the resolution, I added that as just kind of the first recommendation from Planning Commission, just so we didn't forget it.
So looking at ownership projects, so for sale projects, as I mentioned at the beginning, the obligations tend to be different for ownership projects than they are for rental projects because the economic characteristics are different. So after reviewing the financial evaluation and after our presentations, the city council came back and established the proposed obligations that you're seeing on this slide. And I'll just go over them briefly. So they recognize that for smaller projects, an inclusionary housing obligation creates a greater burden than on larger projects because there are fewer units to spread the obligation, the impact of the obligation against. So up to 19 units, a 9% moderate income standard was recommended. And for projects than 20 units or above, a 15% moderate income standard was recommended. With ownership units, there are a couple of ways to go with covenants. The city council recommended that there be a covenant that runs for 55 years. And so someone who owns the unit resells at an affordable price, and then the person who buys it from them resells at an affordable price until 55-year period has ended. So what happens with that is then the city has gotten that affordable unit for the full covenant period. So that was the city council's direction. Then when that covenant finally expires in year 55, And then, so that person who bought it in year 53 suddenly bought an affordable unit and then has a market rate unit 2 years later. When they sell it, there's a concept that they would repay to the city when that now is no longer an affordable unit, an amount equal to what the affordability gap between market rate and affordable was, plus a share of equity appreciation. That only happens once. Once that covenant ends and somebody sells that unit, it's gone from the inventory. Other requirements are the owner must occupy the residence as their principal and only residence. They can't lease any portion out except with an exception for a caregiver or an extreme economic hardship. But basically, there is a requirement they must live in the house and they can't rent any portion of that house at any time. If they don't produce the units on site within the market rate project, they're allowed to fulfill it off site. But then if they produce off-site, then it has to be with affordable rental units. And so the requirement would be if they do it with, they create a separate parcel within their development site, it's a 15% low-income rental requirement. If they do it off-site, it's a 15% low-income requirement. And if a developer wants to choose a very low-income covenant rather than a low-income covenant, primarily because they'll want to use the state density bonus, and it's more advantageous to do very low income units with the density bonus. There's no prohibition in the program to that they can't do those very low income units. And by the way, that's not a decision for you. You can't stop them. That's density bonus law. So just so you know. But we always just like to point it out because sometimes people wouldn't necessarily know the Napa case. And then if they're rental units, then the covenant period would be no shorter than 75 years, but as long as the unit remained residential. So now for apartment projects, so for market rate apartment projects, the inclusionary requirement, if it's provided on site within the rental project, again, the council recognized the difference between small projects and large projects. For up to 19 units, it's a 10% moderate income requirement, and 20 plus units, it's a 15% requirement. Again, it's a 75-year term, minimum 75-year term, or as long as a residential use is provided on the site. If the affordable units are provided off-site, then all project sizes, no matter small, large, medium, it's a 15% low-income requirement. The site that's used to produce the affordable units has to be within a quarter mile of the market rate project. And again, the developer can provide very low-income units instead of low-income units at their discretion. Again, 75-year term, minimum 75-year term. Brandy, there's a question.
Quick question. Yes, thank you. On-site rental units, they too can choose very low-income units. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so then the standards that be applied to all residential projects, be they ownership or rental, are that the affordable units will have to be built concurrently with the market rate units. If it's a phased project, they need to be provided proportionally within each phase. They have to be comparable in construction quality and exterior design. For the interior finishes, the for sale units must be comparable interior finishes to the market rate units, and the rental units must have interior finishes that meet an objective standard. And what's been recommended is to use the standard created by the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee, simply because they've spelled out design criteria. Everybody must have the same rights to use the amenities. They have to have them at the same cost. They can't, anything that's a required payment has to go into that consideration of affordable rent or affordable sales price. And so that stops people from segregating out, say, parking and saying, well, you have to have parking and we're going to charge you for this parking. And then saying, but that's on top of your affordable rent. If you have to buy it, it has to be considered in your rent. The bedroom mix needs to be proportional to the market rate. And for rental units, we've set up a standard where no more than 15% of the units can be studios, and at least 40% of the units must have at least 2 bedrooms. And that was just to create, so you don't get a bunch of studio units fulfilling your affordable housing requirements. So you get a mix of unit types. And then any request for economic hardship must be heard by the city council. And again, it's the developer's obligation to prove that hardship exists. So the city council direction to you, the planning commission, is consider the requirements for units to be affordable to households at 70% of median, 80% of median, or 120% of median. The standard being recommended so far has been moderate income, which is the 120% of median. As I mentioned before, we updated the financial evaluation in November of 22 to show each of these standards at the potential levels of affordability. Couple things happened because we'd done the analysis the first time in 2020, then we did it again in 2022, is a lot happened in the economic world. And so when we made up this modified low income standard, which is a higher rent and a higher income than what the traditional low income is, it actually ended up in 2022 being about the same as the regular low income had been in 2020. So there's that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is then for projects with more than 10 units or more is, as Brandy mentioned, then considering whether an in lieu fee payment can be made for any fractional amount of a unit rather than rounding. As she mentioned, that's in the current draft of the ordinance as rounding down. But the city council later suggested that they would like to consider having an in lieu fee for fractional units. And then, and this is something that's been brought up at really every meeting I've been at, both planning commission and city council, is just to understand that densification is very likely to occur in the community as a result of the ordinance.
Yeah, and I just want to go back to that first item. At the time that the city council was, considering going from the moderate to the low, but when we updated the numbers, unfortunately, and they also wanted to look at a modified low. So it's something that might still be able to land in a place where we can ask for a decent percentage, whereas with moderate, you're going to be able to ask for a higher percentage of the units to be affordable than you would for low. What we discovered was that modified low ends up being what low had been. So if the Planning Commission wanted to recommend that they consider the modified low, it will end up reducing the percentage of affordable that we could ask for in a development project. So we left it at, these numbers are still at that moderate income level. The revised study did show that the moderate income didn't change percentage-wise, but just know that the modified low would end up going to a reduced percentage of units that would have to be affordable. And when we get to that, if there's any confusion, we can go. It's a lot.
So the updated analysis from November and comparing it to the 2021 analysis, as you can see, the moderate income supportable obligation in 2021 was 9%. And the area median income at the time when that analysis was done for a 3-person household was $79,200. So 120% of median in 2021 was $79,200 for a 3-person household. At that same time, the low income, which using the low income standard was $43,200. And so if you looked at that in 2021, then you would say, then only a 7% obligation could have been supported. Then if you look then in November 2022, when we redid it, the moderate income has gone up to $90,200, so it's gone up substantially. The modified low income is where we took the top of the low income category and applied it to create a higher income than the earlier standard for setting price. So let me try it a different way. When we did in 2021, the way the rent was calculated for low income was based on 60% of the area median income. which is a statutory standard that's applied, was applied in redevelopment, is applied to density bonus. Then when we did it in 2022, what we did is we said, let's take 80%. So 80% is the traditional, what we think of as low income. And it's what they said in AB 1505, which was the statute that actually allowed cities to impose inclusionary on rental projects. And so instead of it being, and again, it's 2 different years and 2 different standards, but it was, instead of being 43,200, it became 65,600. In the meantime, moderate income went up from $79,000 to $90,000, which is how you have that. It actually ends up being about the same kind of difference from time to time.
And obviously then the low income for, the November 2022 would have been, it'll be even less than that 7%. So when I say that reduced percentage that you could ask for, if you put low in the November 2022, it's going to be even less than the 7% that it was when we were originally discussing.
Correct. Yeah, it's a point of reference. If you compared it to very low income, which it's a difference between 50% of median and 60% of median, at that point in 2022, very low income supported a 5% requirement.
So the low income today would be around that,
it'd
5
be
or
5,
6.
between 5 and 6. And then, so the question that we're posing about in lieu fees is, we're suggesting that it be a discounted fee for projects with fewer than 10 units. And the reason for that is because, again, small projects get disproportionately impacted by an inclusionary requirement. So we created a sliding scale that starts at 2 and ends at 9. And so by the time you get to 9, you've gotten to the full fee. But everything below 9 is proportionately less. And then the question about fractional, the use of an in lieu fee for fractional obligations. So here's the schedules that we came up with. As I've mentioned before, I'm very fond of using a per square foot of leasable or saleable area, because then small unit projects pay less, large unit projects pay more. And large unit projects tend to be more expensive than small units. And so if you do a fee, which is done in many programs per unit, then what happens, they all pay the same amount. So the 3,000 square foot unit pays the same as a 600 square foot unit. I just don't think it's equitable. And so that's why I've suggested this. So as you can see in the schedules here, it's just what I just discussed, was how the fee ratchets up from 2 units to 10 units at the top. And it starts at, for example, the apartments at $4.41 per square foot. And then by the time it gets to the maximum number that you could do, which is 9 units, it'd be $35.31 per square foot. And then the 10 plus is only provided to show you what it would be in the case of extreme hardship, if extreme hardship has been proven. And then, as you can see also, then the ownership housing development fees starts at $7.87 and then ends at $70.80 per square foot of saleable area. Okay. And then the fractional in lieu fees. So as we've discussed, multiple times, the notion now is to say, let's allow projects that have a fractional unit obligation to pay an in lieu fee for that fraction. And so what these 2 tables show you is, to the left-hand column is the fractional in lieu fee per square foot. So now it's just of 1 unit. So everything else has been over the whole project. This is 1 unit because it's a fraction of 1 unit, right? You're paying for a fractional obligation. And so what happens there is the affordability gap for that unit, by the time you got to 1.0, would be equal to the fee. And so then everything before that, 0.1 to 0.9, is a fraction of that fraction. And so if we just took an obligation, let's just take one at random on the apartment side. If it had an obligation for 2.4 units, then for the 0.4 unit obligation, the fee per square foot of that 1 unit is $238.40. And then everybody goes, what? It just seems like so much. But then if you look at what it corresponds to, it's $231,248. It's 4/10 of what the affordability gap was of that unit. And so same thing on the ownership side. And so you can see on the rental side, it tops out at $520,000. That's the affordability gap for the rental unit. When you get to the ownership unit, it tops out at $1.2 million. And so the in lieu fee, the fractional in lieu fee then corresponds because it's all just proportional. And so it starts off at $136,000, and as I mentioned, then tops out at $1.2 million. Talking about density bonus. So we've been over this a few times. The idea is, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, the way density bonus calculates affordable housing cost for very low income units is based on 50% of the area median income. The way density bonus calculates low income rent is 60% of area median income. To maximize the density bonus, the number of units you can get the requirement is either 15% very low income or 24% low income units. So there's only a 50 to 60% gap in the affordable rent, but there's that 15% to 24% gap in how many units you have to provide. So unless there's some other program that's out there, and I have an Irvine project where this actually happened, but generally, everywhere except this one Irvine project, it's people choose the very low income standard because it's fewer units with less of a financial impact. And that's the whole reason that we've said throughout, we may impose a moderate income requirement, we may impose this modified low income requirement, but really the folks who are using density bonus are going to produce very low income units. Unless there's something really weird, because the math just doesn't work. So if you just look at a density bonus that fulfills all the requirements and can do it on a physically efficient basis and can accommodate the units, then the actual supportable requirement for rental units, so rental units in a for sale project, ended up being 19%, and apartment projects that uses the maximum density bonus could get to a 21% obligation. But that implies that every single project in town could not only use the density bonus, but use the maximum density bonus. And in practice, that won't be true. Most projects will, especially larger projects, will use the density bonus. But whether they use that full 50% or not depends on whether they have to change construction type or parking type and a variety and efficiency of the site. I have another site I'm working on right now that's triangular and it can't get a 50% density bonus. It just doesn't work. Another question.
I'm not quite sure that I understand. I understand the 15%, the low income and the very low income. I understand that. I'm not quite sure that I understand the 19% and the 21%. So if you wouldn't mind repeating that again.
Sure. No, and I'll say something different so that it'll be maybe more understandable. I ran financial analyses on projects that could use a density bonus. And so instead of just saying, okay, well, 15% very low, where does that leave you? What did it make up for the impact of the requirement? I actually looked at it and compared it to the other analyses, because every other analysis actually impacts the project financially, has a negative impact, because you have this market rate project where all of a sudden it has these affordable units with no incentives or carrots or anything. And so by definition, having an inclusionary housing requirement will impact the bottom line of that project.
Right.
Now, now just in a vacuum, if you run the analysis and say, but what if I can use the density bonus? I, the developer, what if I can use the density bonus? Does that fully mitigate the impacts of what the city's inclusionary program requires?
The concessions.
Well, the concessions and the density bonus and the parking relief and development standards waivers if needed.
Right.
Does that combination of things, just so I do one analysis where I say, is it equal or better than all those other analyses? The ones where there's no carrots?
Right.
And what I found is that to make it equal to those other ones, instead of just using the 15%, so let me say this, 15% made it better, right? It made it better than the other ones.
Right.
And it made it better enough that it was really 19%. They could, so with that, if you didn't have the statutes involved, 19% could be supported and be just like the other scenarios.
Okay.
But I never recommend you do that because not every project can use the density bonus efficiently and not every project can use the maximum density bonus. And so I don't like to create requirements for things that may or may not happen.
But you've said that 90% or plus developers include the density bonus with the inclusionary
I said you
housing.
should really, well, and again, not so many small projects, but
No,
larger.
I mean the 10 plus.
Right.
We're not talking about the 9 to 2, right?
Yeah, well, and even I'd say even bigger than 10 generally.
Oh, okay, bigger than 10.
Yeah, but they may use density bonus. Like, for example, I'm working on several projects right now in a community that does not have inclusionary yet, although I'm working on their inclusionary policy, but they don't have it yet. And a bunch of developers, it's near a train station, are actually asking for the density bonus, but they're just asking for the basic density bonus, which is 20%. And that's if you do 5% very low income, you can have a 20% density bonus. They're not even that interested in the density bonus itself. They're interested in the concessions and waivers.
Right.
So yes, developers will use density bonus, but that 19 and 21% assumes they could use the full 50% density bonus efficiently. That is by no means every project.
Right.
So anyway, which brings me, if I've answered your question.
Thank you, yes.
Then to AB 1505 that basically told you, don't be more stringent than 15% low income. And so they told you that in the statute, and then HCD wrote a memo about it. And I mean, you can do it. It's not that you can't do it. It's just then you've got a bigger hurdle to jump over with HCD to show that it's not confiscatory and to show it's not a constraint to housing. And the last point is just when you do density bonus alone, just thinking about density bonus, it only gets measured against base zoning. So if you have a 100-unit project, right, that uses, so it's allowed by zoning to do 100 units. Right. And it has a 15-unit very low income requirement. In return for that, they can build 150 units. Right. So in that case, they got 35 more market rate units to support those 15 very low income units.
Right.
So that's how that works. Okay.
That's a total of 165, right?
No, it's 150.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they get 100 units based zoning, they get a 50% density bonus.
Right.
So that's 150. Of that new 50 units, 15 had to be affordable, 35 are market.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you want to?
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is just where we're at procedurally. We opened the continued public hearing, took testimony from staff. If there's anybody from the public, and then, we're here for questions. When you get to that point where all the questions have been exhausted, then you would close the public hearing and then recommend a resolution with any of the recommendations you want to add to it. And we do have that document, so when we get to that point, I can start filling in any recommendations that you guys may have. And I'll leave the slideshow available just while we're going through any questions, just so if we need to jump back and forth to any of the slides.
All right. So just to frame this is a recommendation to the city council. So, the decisions we make here don't essentially become the law. It's just a recommendation to the council. And if I understand things correctly, what our purpose here is to discuss, illuminate, ask questions, basically flesh out these ideas a little bit more so the council even has more information at their disposal to either, agree with our recommendations, not agree with them, add their own things to them. But at least a bunch of these questions have been asked, and they won't necessarily have an 8-hour council meeting to try to figure all this out, because hopefully we've asked a lot of the pertinent questions here.
And the basics of the parameters, the 2+, a lot of those parameters, they put forth, what you're evaluating is the draft ordinance that they sent to you to review. These are the 3 things on this slide of the specifics that they're like, we're pretty happy with our parameters, but we want you to just think about these things and give us recommendations on them. So they didn't know at their meeting in November, because we did the financial evaluation update after that because of their direction. We didn't know that modified low was going to end up being what low had been. So, maybe moderate is just where it ends up landing, but they wanted to evaluate that before just making a final decision. They figured it's coming to the Planning Commission, have you guys look at it. The second one was the same thing with that in lieu, rounding that fraction, instead of rounding the fractional amount down, which is what the draft code that they forwarded on was. They really were rethinking it at their November meeting about wanting an in lieu payment, a fractional in lieu payment. But they wanted you to look at it just since the ordinance was already drafted and coming to you. And then the last one was just recommendations or thoughts on the densification. It wasn't anything where it's in-depth study, but it was just consider that there's, what we've talked about at every one of the continued hearing is that we know that it's going to have some impact, that there's going to be the use of density bonus law, most probably more frequently than there is currently once you adopt that inclusionary ordinance. The weighing of that, and just to take a step back, just to kind of give you a historical understanding of where, council has been wanting to do this for a few years now. And they started this process in 2020 officially with the contract. So really their interest, what they're recognizing is you'd have projects like One South, you'd have the projects like All Cast Foundry, and they were choosing to not use density bonus law and just have market rate units. And these were very decently sized projects where now all of it is market rate, and there's not affordable included, and there's not now affordable being dispersed throughout the community. So that was kind of the instigation, recognizing rather than the city later having to pay for some kind of affordable project to meet RENA down the road, or just to provide affordable housing down the road, and having to do that in one spot. Where can they, where's their property, and now have to use different funding, and now it's all in one location. Here it allows that distribution of affordable housing throughout the community in the places where development's happening. So that was the kind of where this all kicked off and started with the city council. It wasn't about whether or not we adopt, because obviously we've made it this far into the conversation, into the review. It's just really making sure that they have the parameters that are going to work best for Redondo Beach.
I think we can probably start with some questions from the commissioners on this. Who would like to start?
I have one question about what we were just talking about.
Okay, there we go. Commissioner Godek.
So we did some analysis between 2021 and 2022. Is there a mechanism in place to do that analysis if market conditions change again in the future, or would that not be required because what we put in the ordinance is just going to be it, and there is no more consideration of that?
So there's no official consideration after that. So once you put it in, 7 out of 10 times, it just sits there as the ordinance, and markets go up and markets go down and sits there. What I've found in my experience, especially now that we have the banks failing for today's news, I feel like it's 2008 again. No, because I did a bunch of ordinances in 2007, and then the bubble burst. And so then what happened was the jurisdictions that had them and saw that development wasn't happening, they went back in and reevaluated. So there's nothing that stops you from reevaluating. And oftentimes, especially when it's a new program, city councils will say, hey, I want to come back and look at it in 2 years. Or I want to come back and look at 3 years and see how it's going. Sometimes they say a year, but I always recommend that because you never know what's happened in a year. It takes so long to get through the development process. You don't really know what's happened. But if 3 years is a nice time, 5 years is a nice time to just look to see, and then you can always change it. I've worked on multiple revisions to ordinances. So it's based, as I say, it's based on conservative measures. But it's also, if stuff goes awry or stuff gets really great and you find all this development happening, you can go the other way and redo, and then redo.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who else do we have who have questions? I have a whole list of them, but I don't want to start. Or I can start unless.
One of you guys.
Yeah, okay.
Just a
Commissioner Boswell.
clarification. So the point of doing this is to assure that there will be no new multi-unit housing created in Redondo Beach without some kind of low-income component to it.
We're an affordable component.
Or affordable units in there. Unlike, as you mentioned, the all-cast Foundry. Such a great name. I'd love to live in a place called Foundry. As long as I don't have to breathe the air. So they avoided it entirely by getting in before this was finished.
And they chose not to use density bonus at all. Yeah.
Which density bonuses are optional anyway, right?
Correct.
So would a developer be able to use the density bonus thing in a way to where it would also satisfy the city's ordinance?
Yeah, that's.
Without following the city's ordinance?
No, they'd have to follow the city's ordinance. So even if they went to that very low, that's their option to do the very low, but they're still going to have to, meet some of and there's only a few, like specifications that we require that's not required in density bonus law. Do you want to talk to those? I think we had the standards. There's, here's what we will have in our ordinance, the standards for all residential projects. Some of these are not required in density bonus law. And so it would really make them have to provide those, the finishes, the amenities, making sure it's dispersed, and then the bedroom mix. And I think that bedroom mix is going to be a big one.
No, that's key.
Oh, okay. So this adds further hurdles for the developer to create a development that better benefits people that want to live in Redondo Beach that maybe couldn't afford to now.
Right. It just makes it more equitable for those, so it's instead of just like, oh, well, we're going to put all those, they're kind of in the back of the house,
And they're all studios.
Studio units that have, don't have the light and air that maybe some of the other units might have in the development. Instead of making all of those the affordable units, this requires them to have to disperse it throughout the development. It requires them to have a better mix that's more aligned to the proportional mix of their market rate.
So I recall some years ago reading about a project, I think it was in West Hollywood or Hollywood, where the developer for this condo tower was going to have a different entrance for the affordable units. And they said, well, wait a minute.
Right. I actually worked on that project.
You did that project?
For the city. I worked for the city.
You worked for the city.
As Kaiser Marston, but yeah.
So you brought your red flag.
Oh, yeah.
No,
they weren't going to let them use the pool either.
Oh, well, I can understand that.
Back to another time.
I should be the only one in the pool. So at a time, but I'm not in it, then it's fine. So a lot of the discussion here is about something referred to as moderate. Okay, but we're not talking that much about low income or very low income and what those income thresholds would be for Redondo Beach, or did we? I may have missed that.
Well, we did. So we looked at here. And so one thing to keep in mind is
yeah.
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was looking for very low. So what is the lowest category, and how would that translate into the Redondo income statistics?
It would be, and just so one thing while I'm looking this up, is you want to be sure not to run afoul of HCD, which is why I don't recommend doing a very low income requirement. I think it's fine because you have to allow them to do very low income for density bonus. So I think that solves that objective to a large extent, because I think that's what anybody using density bonus will do. But AB 1505 really did say 80%, the strictest it liked was at 80% of area median income. And so it's not set in stone, but you do necessarily bring scrutiny to yourself.
So that was the maximum of 15% very low?
15% low.
15% low, but it doesn't say what percentage you would be held to with very low income.
Well, by my analysis, it supports 5%.
Okay, so it's the extra 5%.
Well, it's the
Between
5%,
the 15
it's
and
only 5%.
the 15 plus 80, you've got 5% left over, and that's...
No, it's 5% very low and nothing else. That's the whole affordable housing. They might do 15%.
They're still required to have 80% median, right?
No, not if you have a very low income requirement.
Okay, so what was the 80% referring to in the AB 1505?
That was 80% of the Los Angeles County median income.
Oh, okay, so that was how they arrived at the figure, is the 80%. Okay.
Correct. And so I can tell you what the very low income is here. It is for a family, name your household size.
3.
3, okay. $53,600.
Okay. For a family of 3.
That is correct.
And that, so rent would have to be determined based on that kind of income.
Actually not, and this is going to be really inside baseball, but what's happened since 2000, when the 2000 census came out, is HUD decided that it couldn't have very low income be 50% of the median. It needed to be higher than that to keep their Section 8 program in balance. And so everything is measured in a HUD world by very low income times 2 equals median. But that's not how rents are calculated. So rents are calculated at the unadjusted median. And that is for a family of 3. The median itself in LA County this year is $82,000. So the very low, so what you'd be calculating rent on, not qualifying to live in the unit, but rent would be $41,000 for a household of 3. No one ever understands this. I've been teaching classes on this issue. LA County is actually the worst county in the state for this discrepancy. In 2021, it got to the point, for years, by the way, for years, the top of low income has been higher than the median, which you try explaining that to a group of people. In 2021, there was a $400 difference between the top of low and the top of moderate. As the lawyer I was working with said, I would just ask for my pay to be decreased, because then the rent is then calculated at 60% of median. So there's it's a disconnect on purpose, but then there was this whole very low is no longer 50%, it's 63% or 68%, and it just, all hell breaks loose. So, I know.
So there's just no simple way, is there?
No, it does keep me employed.
There we go. There's an advantage.
Okay.
I am literally the only person in California who understands this, I think. There's a few. There's a small group of us, but it's really inane.
Okay, Commissioner Boswell, can I ask a question?
You got 5 minutes.
Okay, well, you just took 8, so.
So you got 2 minutes left.
So First question, and since we're on the subject, can you walk us through again, and sorry if this is all fresh and top of mind for everyone else up here, but the modified low, one, the rationale, and two, the calculation.
Okay, sure. Okay, so as I just explained, so you want to do it with the household of three?
Yeah.
Does everybody want to stay with the household
Well, that's
of
the only
three?
one we're using,
Yeah,
right?
let's do
Oh, okay.
Since you have it in the chart,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not on any of the charts in the PowerPoint. Okay, so,
So
This
first
one
the
this one has
rationale,
the-
and then the
well, they
calculation.
share what it can be, but okay.
got it,
Okay, so the LA County median in 2022 for a household of three people is $82,000. Okay? So if you take 60% of $82,000, that equals $49,200.
Okay.
Okay, so that compares on your chart to 2021 when it was 43,200.
Why are we comparing 2021?
Just because that was when we were using low at the 60% of median and then we changed to the modified?
Okay.
This was more just to show how the economy shifted enough where when council wanted to go to the modified low, it actually ended up, well, you're going to have about the same percentage. You're not going to be able to ask for a bigger obligation than you would for low when we were looking at the numbers that we had before.
Okay. Yeah, I sort of like to, okay, so, yeah, I'll let you continue.
Okay, so what happened was, so now we're calculating rent based on an income
Yes.
of using the 60% of median, right? The more standard, the old redevelopment standard and the density bonus standard, $49,200.
Okay.
The modified low, what we said is, we're going to take the median, again, the three-person median at $82,000 times 80%.
Okay.
And that is the 65,600 that you see on your chart.
Okay.
Okay, now, the assumption is that a household will spend 30% of income on housing, and that there are 12 months in a year. So what that does is, okay, so if you use the 60% of median as your basis, your allowable rent is $1,230.
Okay.
If you use the 80% of median income, the allowable rent is $1,640.
Okay.
So what that meant is there wasn't as big an affordability gap when you went to the modified low, the 80% rather than 60, and it didn't take you all the way up to moderate.
Okay. Well, again, can you describe the overall rationale for this calculation? I mean, I understand the effect,
Right.
which is what you're describing, but what is the rationale?
There was a concern among the council that moderate was too high,
Okay.
And that low might be too low.
and that low might be too low. No, that's exactly it. It was a Goldilocks scenario.
Okay. So we essentially brought up the low.
Right.
Okay.
Or brought down the moderate.
Okay. Well, that's the
And just
answer to
for
my
reference,
question.
The moderate gets you a rent of $2,460.
The moderate, okay. Okay, well, now I understand the rationale
Wait,
to
I
it.
lied. That's not right. Wait,
Now
no,
is.
it's not right. That's
does
not right.
this-
I'm sorry, I just need to change that.
Okay.
Because I did it wrong. That's the only explanation for what I did. Hold on. It's 2,255.
For the modified low.
No, moderate.
Moderate.
The moderate, okay. Okay, so, and the rationale was to expand the universe of people who would qualify for this.
It was actually to get it to deeper affordability. So people with lower income would be able to get into the units.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, that answers my question. Who else might have their, Commissioner Lamb?
I have a question related to that. So there's the percent obligation differential between moderate income and modified low income, right? is there any criteria here based on percent of obligation that the council was interested in?
Yeah, I think.
I think they just wanted to, like, they wanted to see what that might be. And now we know that it's going to be what low had been when we first were evaluating this. So I think, I don't think that they were saying, we couldn't change it and reduce it. But I think they still wanted to have something, they wanted to kind of weigh that and wanted you guys, since you were going to be looking at the ordinance next, to evaluate it as well.
So,
But we were also thinking that it was going to land somewhere between the 9 and the 7 from the original study, rather than, it's going to likely, like low would end up being closer to the 6%.
so is the question, should they go towards the moderate income with 8%, with an 8% obligation, or the modified low income for the 7% obligation? And Kathy, thank you for modeling this for the family of 3, right? You talked about how much rent the individual would pay, and you talked about the depth of obligation, no, a depth of affordability.
Correct.
Right? And that's, I think, isn't that the 65? The depth of affordability is the 65 versus the 90.
Correct.
Right? So there's various criteria on which to choose.
Sure.
Correct?
Yeah. And I
there a
think
preference?
I think maybe an overarching thing is that a lot of people are just going to fulfill it with very low, no matter what you set it with.
Okay. Does the council have a preference?
I don't.
They haven't seen the November report.
Right.
Or
the December report.
Yeah, the December report.
This was just the last that they saw was that November 2021 numbers, because then the study was done based on their direction of us evaluating. And they just thought, let's keep it moving. Let's get it to the planning commission, have them look at those. Whatever you recommend, they're still going to need to evaluate it themselves. So just know that if you say, I like that modified low idea, they are still going to look at that particular, just because they haven't looked at the numbers yet either. So it's
Right,
not,
but
it's
there's
not
a
locking it in.
There's a less percentage of obligation.
Yes.
Right. So
So
there's
that
less,
would go
the
to-
less number of people can, a lower number of people can, or a lower number of units would be developed,
Correct.
right? Versus at that price versus a higher price, or higher, the 90,000, right? So Kathy,
Yes.
do you have a preference?
No.
No. One from your experience, it doesn't really make, on what criteria should this be judged?
In
is the
fairness,
question.
I really do believe a lot of people are going to just fulfill it with very low income, no matter what you set it at. I kind of like modified low as a concept, because modified
Got it.
low does bridge this gap between, where I'm saying, well, you can't really get the percentages until you get to moderate, is to say, well, it's not that much different, and you are getting a broader group. But this is 100% a policy decision.
Right. And I think what I heard you just say is regardless of, so the council decided, right, that they wanted to target moderate income.
Only because I told them
They
to.
did.
Only because you told them to?
Yeah, because they hadn't seen the modified low. It really did come up at that November council meeting where one of the council members said, hey, I get that doing low at 60% of the median is maybe too deep, like getting to that $43,000 level, but isn't there somewhere in between?
Yeah.
And so it was very much, they brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah,
And interestingly, that happened in Claremont last year too, so.
Yeah, and going back to that AB 1505, like that's where that 80%, that modified low, I think that having that conversation with them, they're like, well, could we go to that modified low and see where that's at?
I see. So that's where the sort of the emphasis is. But then Kathy, you say, for the most part, the developer's going to choose very low income.
That is correct.
And they, regardless, I think I heard you say this, so correct me if I'm wrong. I think that they have the right to go lower.
That is correct. And you must count them.
Irregardless of what the city sets.
Right. So if they're required to do 10 moderate income units, if they give you 10 very low income units, they've fulfilled your obligation and their density bonus obligation.
Right.
Okay, we have Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. Hello again,
Hi there.
Kathy.
How you doing? You want to know the UCLA score? I just looked it up.
Are you familiar with the One South or Outcast Foundry?
When I did the analysis, they're part of my prototypes.
Okay.
I haven't looked at them in a very long time.
All right, but you're familiar with them. You know where they are.
Right.
And okay. And my understanding is neither of those projects utilize the density bonus law.
That is correct.
But if we were to recommend and the city council were to adopt this proposed inclusionary housing law, as we discussed at our last meeting and as we're discussing here today, it's fairly certain that developers are going to take advantage of the density bonus law.
Correct.
Yes. And so if this proposed ordinance had been in effect at the time of One South or Outcast Foundry, it's safe to assume they would have taken advantage of density bonus, right?
Likely.
And as we were discussing a moment ago, a developer would likely, or builder would fill the requirement with very low income.
Correct.
And that's because they can maximize the density bonus.
Not because they can, for less impact. They maximize it in. So instead of having to using the 50%, just because that's the maximum, instead of having to do 24% low to get that, they can do 15% very low to get that. And so that's that's a big difference in the number of units compared to a relatively small difference in the amount of rent.
Right. And on the scale of options for the developer would be to include units to qualify for the density bonus to get the full 50% bonus. That's an option right?
Yes, it's an option today.
And so One South and Outcast Foundry, assuming they use the density bonuses, had they used it, there would be 50% more housing up to at both of those projects.
If they could do it efficiently without changing building type or parking type.
Yeah.
And I think I think for sure, like Allcast had they just got their parking in. So those are things to remember. We talked about there might be site constraints that might have, even though their parking would have changed and they might not have had as much, they still were struggling getting the parking all met.
And I would say, and I think this is important, especially in a place like Redondo Beach, is everybody has a car. And so if you're doing market rate housing, which are going to be the preponderant number of the units in the project, they're going to park it. I have yet to see in a city like Redondo Beach where any developer maximized the parking benefits by the state density bonus.
Okay.
Never. I have never seen it.
And one of the big concerns, I wasn't on the planning commission at the time, but I was following it a little bit at One South and Outcast, was the amount of density that was going to be brought to these neighborhoods, one of which I believe is on Fisk and 190th, the other right in the heart of Redondo Beach on PCH. And so it seems to highlight and raise the concern there's going to be even more density potentially here and in places where the city hasn't planned. And I'm glad you brought up, and we brought up One South and Outcast Foundry, because those are sort of concrete, real-world examples of the unintended consequences.
No, that's why I used them as part of my prototypes.
Okay.
I do, if I could ask something real quick, Kathy, for the 50%, when did that go into effect?
I want to say 2020.
Yeah, so bear in mind that both of those applications came in when density bonus law didn't get them to that 50%. So they may have made choices based on the limitations at that time. So just something to keep in mind.
It's a excellent point and smart of you to think of it. Regardless of how you may feel on the density bonus law, it could change again, and we could be looking at even more density.
It will change
It
again.
will change.
I don't know
So-
that it'll change the percentage, but it changes every year.
Every
I think
year.
largely to torment me.
That one south has 52 units, so based on the argument you just gave, that could have ended up with 74 smaller units on that lot.
Yeah.
75, which,
Wow.
that's huge.
Yeah.
Well, and again, I think they would make a decision based on marketability as well. So what if smaller units would be more marketable, then yes. But they could, just to give your worst case scenario, they could have used as larger units and used development standards relief to get larger units to work.
Well, I don't want to take up too much more time at this moment. I know others may have questions, but I did want to ask at our last meeting, questions, concerns were raised about the unintended consequences, density, use of concessions, watering down of development standards, and at a minimum on a macroeconomic level, the increase in housing prices that this could cause. And I only mention that because you, in your wisdom, talked about other options. This is one tool in the toolbox. And I just wanted to know, were you able to look into, can you make any proposals as to other options that wouldn't have these unintended consequences? Because I think across the board, we're all in favor of inclusionary and affordable housing. Right. Is there a different way to do it? And whether it be the South Bay Cities Regional Housing Trust or something along those lines.
Well, keep in mind too, yeah, because that's only money. I mean, which is good. Money's helpful. But again, then you need a site and a development. And so then when they do that with the affordable, they're going to use density bonus with the money they got. So, I mean, you can't stop anybody from using density bonus. So there's all this state money coming into affordable projects, like fully affordable projects. Mm-hmm. They're all using density bonus. So you're going to get the density.
Any other tools in the toolbox
that stop the density?
That don't have these potential unintended consequences?
No, not really. Because, I mean, really, if you look, and Scott Wiener was mentioned earlier, if you look at what the state's up to, they're trying to stop you from having any control over what densities you have in your community.
Right.
And so as long as the state's doing zoning for you, then I'd say no.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, Chair Gaddis, for the opportunity.
No problem. You have something? Okay.
I do have a quick
Commissioner
question.
Hazeltine.
Brandy, you mentioned city pays for affordable housing to meet the RINA requirements. Are there any cities in the state that actually just purchase their own affordable housing? I mean, reaching for the stars, that would be the best situation. We buy our own affordable houses. We then we don't have to mess with the developer. We're actually the one in charge of it. Any cities in the state that does that?
Okay, so first off, it has to be new construction to count for RINA. Okay, so if you as the city had the money to buy a site and develop it, you could. I would point you to Long Beach. Long Beach formed the Long Beach Housing Development Corporation, I want to say in the early 90s, but it might have been a little bit earlier. They have a 13 to 15 member board, and this was when redevelopment was in place, and they were building their own projects and owning them. I sat in meetings with them for 3 hours where we discussed the color of the tile.
Okay, I get that, and I get that there's a lot of things to jump over, but I mean, in the end, we're all thinking we really want affordable housing. We do not want increase in density. And why I say that, and I don't feel bad saying it, is when you look at how many cities in Redondo Beach, in California there are, we are in the top 3% of density. And I feel really strongly that we have done our part. Right. So I think, it doesn't seem so crazy. We should look into actually building our own affordable homes. We should just take the developer out of it completely. We're already dense. Okay, and I get Brandy, that we have all these state requirements and they're breathing down our neck and all of that. But isn't it more important? Aren't we thinking we want people to move into our community? We want to share this beautiful beach. Reach for the stars.
But in a post-redevelopment world, the amount of money it would cost you for each and every unit would be well over $1 million.
Yeah, and
what's your RINA requirement? I've forgotten it.
it's,
20.
we've got 2490.
You're never gonna make it, but
Our affordable is
Great.
1,500 of that. But what I was going to say is to the question that you asked,
Right.
could the city do it? The city could. Where are we going to get the land that you have that amount of land that you can purchase and purchasing it? And yes, there are different funding sources available. Ideally, that South Bay Regional Housing Trust will eventually have money in it. But we don't have, that would still have to be applied for. Well, we're not developers, so we would partner with a developer. And to make that project work, most probably, that's going to need density bonus for that project.
We would say that if we're building it, then we're not using the bonus density. If we're building it, we're just building affordable homes. We're not building other homes in this building. I'm
putting
saying.
the reality out there of those who are going to want to, those developers who do 100% affordable projects are going to want to maximize what they can out of the funding that they're getting, because the funding's there. There's some funding there, but that funding's not like they can just keep getting and getting and getting.
Well, and to be clear, I just have to say, the funding that is there is for extremely low and very low income households with a focus on chronically homeless. That's where the money is. So not only you're going to get the density, but people are going to use tax credits and those sources. And so you're going to have in your community, and believe me, I manage an affordable housing practice, so I'm not opposed to this. I'm just giving you the reality of what you get with the money that's at the state or at the county. Is the focus is on where the real problem is right now, largely anyway. But is to say, then you're going to have this concentrated project with all your affordable units, which is fine.
Right.
And it's efficient. It's cost efficient for sure. But the idea of inclusionary is you're spreading it around town, the affordability around town.
Well, and so how is Long Beach doing currently with this?
Well, Long Beach had redevelopment for forever and did literally thousands of units within the context. And they've been really focused on homeless and extremely low and very low because they're maximizing their funding sources. But they're doing all those projects now because the tile picking got to be absurd. Was they now the Long Beach, it's got a different name now. It's Long Beach CIC. They do RFPs and give their money out to developers. Yes, they get to control the development project because they're giving the money.
That makes sense.
But you don't have the money.
No,
That's where the small problem comes.
Long Beach has the money.
And look, these are great questions. There are great programs that the city can also still look into.
Right.
The point being is what you're tasked with isn't per se, let's find something other than inclusionary housing ordinance. It's here's the draft inclusionary housing ordinance with the city council's parameters that they set to date as of November. Give us your input on that.
And the input required number 3 would be discussing density. And in order to understand how we can not increase the density in City of Redondo Beach, we have to understand these things. So I don't think I was so far off by that question.
No, I don't think also that the city council is saying create this ordinance so it doesn't increase density. I think they're just saying have a conversation about it. And I think you're right to have that conversation. Right. I just don't want us to get so down the hole of talking about other programs that we're not, really addressing the point of what they've, provide. And I think that recommending other programs is something we can put into that resolution, right? And looking at doing our own, the city doing, considering doing its own affordable housing projects and moving something like that forward. As Scott mentioned with the South Bay Housing Regional Housing Trust, pursuing what programs we could utilize that kind of funding for going forward. And
can I just say one more thing? Mm-hmm. But you'd have to control the land. and I don't know the name of a project, but there's a project in Redondo Beach right now that's coming in, that's getting Section 8 assistance and getting all their other funding sources.
Right.
And and they're using SB 330, and what you can require with objective standards, that are required by that, they don't need you. And so they're going to build a 100% affordable project. It's in the works, and the city's trying to negotiate with them to get a good project. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is if you don't control the land, then developers can come in and they can go get all of those funding sources without you.
By control the land, you mean own the land?
Own the land.
Yeah.
So if you have land, then you have power.
Right.
Like we did that in Culver City. The city owned a piece of land. And so they were able to tell the developer, yeah, you could get this density bonus if you own the land yourself, but you don't. So you're working with us and we're going to tell you what you could build. But you have to own the land in order for that to work.
Okay.
A follow-up question?
Yeah, well, I believe Commissioner Boswell is next in line, actually, because he spoke and then we went sort of round robin. The only one who didn't, you have okay, so
The lineup.
let's have a commissioner.
I got a question on this topic. You can ask.
No, go ahead. Hensley,
I'm
please.
gonna go on a whole other.
A whole different thing? Is this, is your question on this track of discussion or is it on another one?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I thought you had your hand up a
I've long
second ago.
since forgotten what that question was.
It's wide open to you, Commissioner.
It may have been
Commissioner
answered.
Godek.
Is this in the same line of,
Yes.
do you mind if?
No, please
Okay.
go ahead.
So when a developer is allowed to apply density bonuses to their project, does that typically make them whole in the way that they make the same money off of the development that they would have if they did not include affordable units and just did market rate?
That's the idea.
That is the idea, okay.
Was your question along this line of thought?
Well, it is, but it's going to take us in another direction, so I'm fine.
Thank you.
We'll have Commissioner Hensley take us in another direction then.
All right, great. Okay. Earlier, the One South project and the Foundry project were brought up, and I think those are, the Foundry, I was on the planning commission for that project, was R3 and 17 and a half dwelling units per acre. So even if they got a 50% bonus, that's only, I don't do public math.
25.
Sure, that many units. And One South was 35 dwelling units per acre, mixed use. So even at that is 47, no, I don't know, 50% of above 35. So not that high, but I want to talk about our current sites in our housing element. What's the maximum density we currently have in our sites in the city, in our recently passed housing element?
I want to say the residential overlays will be 55 dwelling units per acre.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so if a project is in one of those sites and they did the density bonus and they chose to go at 50% and they could with all the site restrictions or whatever they have, they would get 50% above 55 dwelling units per acre.
Yeah.
So they would get, I don't know, was that 80,
Hold on, I'm going to use
77?
I'm going to use the computer.
All right, good. Public math is a dangerous thing.
We're going to use
have to be exact.
Commissioner
Yes,
Hensley time.
late, high 70s,
Yeah.
82.5.
82. So,
Very high side.
One South, that's going to be very dense. Our current zoning says, hold my beer. That's my biggest issue with this. Like in general, I think it's a good program, but at 30 dwelling units an acre, which is the minimum that we need to get credit for low income housing, even if a developer went 50% bonus, you'd only be at 45 dwelling units an acre. And we have current zoning out there today of 1,300 plus units at 55 dwelling units an acre. So it just seems like an odd policy choice to jack up the density and then do inclusionary zoning. So I think you have to assume that the developer is going to do density bonus, and it's just crazy how high the density is going to get with what's chosen in our housing element. So that's my biggest concern with the whole thing. And what's before us tonight is a resolution. And basically the resolution says, these are the things to consider, these are the 4 findings, and then the planning commission recommends the zoning and land use be amended as follows. Director Forbes, is that required? Like, are we required to recommend, or can we just say we looked at it and you make whatever policy decision you want? Like, I know it's land use, so it has to come before us, but
You can, except for the one recommendation that I put in there that I think that you'll want to keep in there, which was about I think you want to give them some direction on the fractional in lieu fee.
okay.
And I put it the way that they were interested in. If you were like, nope, don't, like, just round it down, not that you're going to necessarily do that. But I do think that you'll want to give some recommendation on it. You don't have to, but then they're going to, we'll end up having that conversation with them at that time.
Okay. So that's my general thoughts on the thing is, I could probably live with 45 dwelling units an acre, 50% above 30, which is the minimum we would need to get RENA credit. But yeah, this is crazy high. The second thing is, one of the findings that's in the resolution is that the amendments do not require a vote of the people under Article 27 of the city charter. I know this is the third meeting we've talked about it, and I know that that's in a lot of resolutions, but I'm just wondering, for this particular thing, we're saying we're 90% sure, or we're very sure that developers are going to use this. How are we making the finding that this isn't going to impact that or be affected by Measure DD or Article 27?
Because density bonus law is already available to them.
But aren't we making it more incentivized or more?
It's not changing the zoning in a way that's changing that density. They could use that density bonus law currently.
Okay. So that's the difference, is that we're not changing the land use.
You're not changing what that density could go to.
Okay. We're just incentivizing it, potentially, in theory. Okay. Okay. And City Council have any discussion on that? They're going to have to make the same finding, right?
The city attorney is reviewing the ordinance itself, so they'll verify that as well. But yeah, it's not changing the land use itself. It's not changing the density of the land uses. So and again, density bonus law is already in our code. It's already state law. It's not changing what that density could be on that property.
Okay. Understood. Okay. Those are my comments.
Okay, I have a follow-on, if you don't mind, Commissioner Lamb. I have a follow-on to just what he was talking about, if that's okay if I ask that. So what it is, so it's not changing those things as you describe, but it is moving a tipping point, right, between a project that will or won't tip into being incentivized to take advantage of the density bonus, right? So before we do this, a project would have to have a certain set of economics characteristics, space, accommodations. But once we do this, their line moves, right? In terms of, there are projects that would decide, like, say the Foundry, okay, we're not going to take advantage of a density bonus, but when we overlay this, those projects are going to say, oh, well, we already have to do this. That tips us into now being incentivized to take advantage of this, go ahead and do the density bonus thing.
I mean, I'm just going to echo what Brandy said. You're not wrong, logically speaking, but I think, and I'm not licensed practice law anywhere, but every inclusionary ordinance I've ever seen has said it doesn't trigger CEQA and it doesn't trigger any land use changes. So I think if you went with the perspective that we don't have to approve this, you could choose not to do inclusionary because of that unintended consequence. But you can't say the inclusionary has to prove that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that. I guess what I'm trying to do is illuminate a consequence that they may be aware of, but it isn't a goal. It's not there's no goal to intensify density within the city, but this has the effect of doing it. And I guess one of the things that we could provide as something of value to the council is to somehow show how it does, and perhaps even suggest that be quantified in some way for them. And I know that is a hard analysis.
Yeah, they would have to approve a contract to do that. I think I've had that conversation with Commissioner Barrett that we're talking about probably a $200,000 study to really actually quantify for the entire city what the biggest impacts might be of what the densification.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% certain that's necessary, because I mean, we already have, as Commissioner Hensley described, we already have sections of the city where we have we've laid it out. You can put much denser things here, and he's saying, wow, so this is actually going to be on top of that, and so I don't know that those are, because those are already high density projects, so they're already.
Yeah, and one thing to think about with those residential overlays, if we don't do, I'm just going to put it out there, if we didn't have an inclusionary ordinance, those are all going to be market rate projects. Chances are those would be market rate projects, because they wouldn't have a requirement unless they needed something incentive-wise, but I don't think that they will, because we have to amend the zoning to allow for whatever that density for those number of units would be.
So they can't do a density bonus on top of whatever we allow?
Yes.
Yeah.
They can, or they will.
They can. What I'm saying is, if you don't have an inclusionary ordinance and they chose to do an all market rate project, they wouldn't have any affordable units. So they could do a 200 unit project, and none of those end up being affordable.
But they'd also be 33% smaller potentially than they would if they did take advantage of the density bonus.
But you wouldn't get close to your arena numbers.
Yeah, the problem, Chair Gaddis, is that project, or that site is identified as below market housing of 384 units, for example, one of the sites. And when they go ahead and build it at all market rate, that's all gone. That's no longer counted in your RENA totals.
Right.
So that's why when you have inclusionary zoning, if they have to build 15%, at least when those get built, the market counts for your market and the 15% counts for your low income, because now you've lost all of it. They used to count the whole site, even though they know it's not going to be developed at that.
Right.
Did I misspeak any?
So I'd like to segue into that.
Yeah, so just
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So you said, Kathy, last time we spoke, you told us that we could choose particular sections of the city.
Yes.
And so my question, I have several, but my question here is, the inclusionary, the RENA, the housing element has identified specific areas of the city where different economic, where some low income could go, correct? How do we use these specific areas? Instead of doing it across the city, what would be the mechanism that we would use to identify already pre-identified areas of our city?
Well, the easy answer is the overlay zones.
The overlay zone. Okay. That's the easy answer. What's the
The other is, it's all policy as long as you're not discriminatory.
Yeah, it sounds discriminatory.
So what's the criteria for discriminatory?
You'd have to look at fair housing,
Okay.
which is outside my realm. But you got to be careful that you're not just isolating all of your affordable units and creating an overconcentration of affordable housing.
Okay. So we have overlays, or we have identified areas of the city. Is that correct?
In your
District
housing element.
1, District 1, District 2, District 3, 4, and 5.
They're mostly
Yes.
four.
Yes, there are residential overlays. Do bear in mind that those are not the only sites that would count towards, that we're utilizing to count towards our affordable housing. So we have the mixed use and the high density residential, and those would have that density that could qualify it for, for really meeting that affordable housing.
Right. Is that, Kathy, is that possible? Is there any limitation? What would be the limitation for us to utilize those sites?
I'm working on an inclusionary program that's based completely on overlay zones right now in another city.
As long as it could be spread out through the city.
Well, actually, the overlay zones in this community that I'm working on are spread out, but they're not citywide.
Okay. And that's acceptable, not citywide, but acceptable in that they're spread out.
So what they've done there is they have their housing element, and as part of their housing element, they developed overlay zones, and in these overlay zones are not currently zoned residential in this community. Right. And so what the overlay zone did was allow residential to be developed, and in order to develop residential, you have to provide affordable. So the property owner doesn't have to build residential on the site. So if they choose to build residential on the site, then it's coupled with an affordable housing requirement. And exactly as been discussed here and then they can take advantage of the state density bonus on top of that.
Correct. And I think one of the issues for this city in particular is equity, right? That all the low-income housing doesn't go to District 5, right? Or District 4. Right. You're smiling, I see. Right. So we could necessarily pick specific overlay zones, not all of the overlay zones, but we could pick some of the overlay zones. Is that correct?
I mean, it's a policy decision. I mean, it's not within my realm to decide.
The council could determine that.
Council could.
Okay.
If it's something where it's unallowed, to exactly the criteria that Kathy was talking about, as long as it's not discriminatory and,
right.
But that's something for city council to make that decision on.
Okay. I just have another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you have 30 seconds.
Okay. What would happen? What would be the consequences if the Planning Commission rejects the resolution that they're not supportive of inclusionary housing? Specifically, what would be the consequences to Housing Element Program 3?
Well, you as a Planning Commission aren't making the decision on the ordinance itself. All you would be doing is if you said, we recommend that the city council don't consider, I'm just going to put, I don't want to put words in what you're trying to say. Yes. But if you said, we recommend that the city council does not adopt an inclusionary ordinance, really your role is to determine if this ordinance is in compliance with the general plan. Like that's really, and the local coastal program. That is truly what your role is as a planning commission. If you were to say the ordinance that city council sent to you and you said don't adopt it for whatever your reasoning and your findings are, they can overturn that. They just have to give findings why they're overturning it, or why they're choosing to adopt it over the planning commission's recommendation.
Right. I was just curious as to what would be the consequences of, there'd be no consequences if we recommended that they don't accept inclusionary zone housing. There would be no consequences from as a result of our recommendation. But I understand that, and I misspoke on that question. Could it be possible that you could answer that question? I'm curious about Program 3 and what the impact might be.
You mean, is that the program to adopt an inclusionary housing ordinance?
Yes.
Yeah. If the city council were to then, like whatever your recommendation is.
Yes.
again, is not making a decision on, it's not the official decision on the ordinances.
Right, right.
That being said, if city council said, oh, well, this is what planning commission recommended, we're not going to adopt it, that does have that may have serious consequences from HCD. Because this was, even though it's not a requirement for us to meet our arena, because you can't utilize your inclusionary housing, or you can't count density bonus as how you're going to have affordable in your town. You can't even use that for your calculations of meeting RENA. However, it's one of the programs, it's showing that the city is looking towards providing affordable housing, and it's one of the programs that the city has adopted in that. So we would now not be moving forward with the programs in our housing element.
And that would be relatively serious, I think I heard you say.
I don't know what HCD would do, but I do believe that with prior housing elements, when there was a moratorium that was then adopted, HCD rescinded the certification of that housing element.
Yeah,
And that's a big deal.
that is big.
That opens up for the SB 330. It opens up for builder's remedy applications.
Right, right. Thank you. That's
mess with
important information.
Really shouldn't mess with HCD.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have, I don't see any hands up. Oh, okay. Commissioner Boswell?
Okay. So did I understand that correctly when it was discussed earlier that you could apply this ordinance to certain parts of town and not others?
Yes?
And is it correct that this ordinance will almost certainly drive developers to using the density bonuses on projects where they would have not used them otherwise?
Yes.
Right? So if we were to say that this ordinance does not apply in these overlay areas that are already at 55 units per acre, that was the example that was used, then those projects wouldn't be incentivized to become more dense.
But they'd all be market rate then.
But
Your overlay zones are being programmed to get affordable units.
right. So, but you would still have this ordinance creating affordable housing in areas that have already been designated to be less dense, which would still incentivize developers to get that extra 50% of units, and we would get that affordable housing there. So even though we would get less affordable housing across the whole city, we would also avoid over-densification of already dense parts of town.
But it defeats the purpose of having the overlay zones.
And if I may,
How so?
if I may, going back to like to what your point is, you wouldn't be allowed to count the requirement for affordability on that density until it's actually built. That is the issue with density bonus and inclusionary housing is in your housing element. Doesn't matter that you're like, well, this is what the density is, but they could build this, or this is how many affordable units could be built at that density. You can't count that until they're built with both inclusionary and density bonus.
So you're going to have very dense projects that are all market rate in your overlay zones.
And we've already promised that those dense overlay zones would potentially have low income.
Right.
Right, but if you don't have
housing.
inclusionary, then they won't.
So those parts of town, those already dense parts of town, will become far more dense, but at least we're satisfying some guy in Sacramento who thinks that this is the way to go.
Correct.
Okay, so therein is the problem, is that cities that have already done their part to provide massive amounts of housing are at a disadvantage to places like Rialto.
I'm not the state.
But,
Somebody else tried this with me in Thousand Oaks.
And as much as
I didn't make any of these rules.
As much as I'd love to blame it all on you.
I know.
I can't.
And this happens to me
Blaming it
a
on
lot.
the-
Oh, you're blaming it on Brandy? Oh, okay, then it's
I
okay.
think she knows how to fix this and she's not telling us.
No, if I did, I would have already done it.
So we have this conundrum of Redondo Beach is already dense, and now they're telling us you've got to be even denser because, well, we don't want to make people go live in Rialto. There's got to be a way for us to have our cake and eat it too. Unfortunately, we've already promised these parts of town, which we probably shouldn't have done, but then we'd be even in more trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's got to be a way around this. We've been boxed into this corner, and there's got to be a way to drill our way through the back wall and get out of it. What is that solution? Because we can't have more density in a place that's already gridlocked. And if you put in the more density that we have in South Redondo, where you can only go north and west, creates horrible traffic. Well, we already have horrible traffic. It just makes it worse. We should not have to endure this pain because some guy in Sacramento says, oh, one size fits all, perfect, I'm going home now. There's got to be a way. There's got to be a loophole. I mean, they find them. Why can't we find a loophole?
They close those loopholes.
We gotta open it up.
Can I just, as
There's
somebody who
always
does,
another loophole
can I
somewhere.
just, as a person who does a lot of work all over the state,
Yeah.
the one thing I tell all my clients is make a good faith effort to fulfill the requirements. You're not necessarily going to fulfill them, but make a good faith effort, because if you're the ones who are saying there's got to be a loophole, no offense intended, then you're the one they're coming after. Go talk to your friends in Huntington Beach about this,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
which
My
is, by the way,
friends-
where I went to high school.
by the way, my friends at Huntington Beach are on board for fighting this.
They are, absolutely are.
Good luck.
Yeah.
They are, and it worked out really well for them the last time.
And
Yeah.
it may not go well for them ever again, but they've got a certain principle that they're going to hold to, and you got to respect that.
Okay, Commissioner Boswell, we're at 6 minutes. I believe we have some.
No?
No.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you said you had a comment. Oh.
Okay, I'll start over.
I have just
ahead.
a tag on to you unless somebody else wants to go.
No,
Okay.
Okay.
So this idea of choosing particular areas, using the housing element overlay zones, there's also the inclusionary is really looking at properties that are 10 unit, that will support 10 units or over. So I guess this question is maybe for you, Brandy. Really thinking about what Doug was saying about the overlay zones that are looking at 55 units per acre. Do we have sufficient number on that list of just HD high density or medium high density? Yes. Magically. Yes, I know that one. Do we have sufficient number of those that have gone from 17 to 20 up to 30 units per acre that could be utilized instead of, as Doug was pointing out, instead of the 55? His point was, and I think Matt's as well, that 50% of 55 gets to be a fairly high density. What do you say about choosing some of these other areas that can accommodate 10 units or more, right? But are not necessarily at 55 units per acre?
a couple of things. First, I want to go through this because I know you've seen this, Sheila. Sean was really generous and really did a deep dive, because that's what Sean does really well. He looked at the R2s, R3s, and he's saying, if you were going to have what you would need to get 10 units, size of lots, it's not generally permitted for R2, R3. There are some areas where this would be permitted with the issuance of a parcel map, where you could get that level of, density, and where you're going to actually even have lots of that size. And what he looked at, like you said, R2, R3, you wouldn't be able to do it because you'd have to do lot consolidations to have something of a size to even have a 10-unit development.
Right.
The RMD, RH, and MU zones, this is that higher density residential, and the mixed use zones would be the only locations under the zoning where 10 units or more are going to be likely. Those are more along our corridors, PCH, that's there's a few other areas, but they're going to be more along a larger corridor. They're not going to be a significant number of sites. And what we didn't look at, because that would take a lot more additional work, was how many of those sites are even of that size, right, that could do that. That being said, I think the second point I wanted to make is the one that Kathy made. If you don't put inclusionary on those overlays, they're not going to build affordable. They're just not going to build affordable units, because they're not going to have the incentive, because they could do all market rate. So if you don't put the inclusionary, you only put it on these RMD, RHMU, you're going to get little pieces here and there with maybe a one or two affordable here or there. But you're not going to get a significant amount of affordable that helps you meet your RENA in the long run. And those higher density overlay zones are going to just build market rate, and again, you're not getting your affordable.
Right.
I know that I know that these are not the answer. Look, I don't like being the messenger either.
That's why she brings me.
I have had to be the messenger for the last 3+ years. I've only been here for just over 4 years. So I don't enjoy being that messenger. I can say the additional housing laws that the state has adopted has made it where the consequences of not meeting your housing element, doing things that are not going to have you meet your RENA, having a housing element that becomes no longer is certified and it becomes out of compliance, you are opening yourself up for people developing what they want and what they choose because the state has really opened that window for them. So I get that. It would be really great to find, there's got to be something, though. There's not something, because the state's making this hard for everybody. We're in it with all the other municipalities. I think it's the municipalities that, to your question, that are going to need to work together to try and regain their control over land use.
The ballot measure.
But that's for a whole nother conversation.
Is the choosing the overlay zones. Choosing the overlay zones, would that be sufficient in terms of housing element?
If you chose the overlay zones, you're going to have a much larger impact. It won't be distributed quite as much throughout the city, but you're right. There are overlay zones in District 1, 3, 4, and 5. Most of them are in District 4. The larger ones, so it is going to be probably a lot more near transit, but isn't that, part of the point is making sure that transit's available. That being, so I think as far as some of the concerns, we'd have to really make sure that we're addressing that. But, that's the sites inventory. That's the housing element that was adopted by the city and certified by HCD.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask for public, any public comments or questions or input or,
Are we done up here?
no, but just sort of hear from the public.
Public has fallen asleep.
Yeah. Do we have any public
There are
anything?
no comments and no attendees.
Wait.
We have one.
She's got to be sworn in.
Did you fill out a form?
No, he didn't swear her, and he said if you speak.
Who are you? Security?
Real quick, wait, real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair, we will need to do the oath.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Let's hear you swear. Okay, so.
Three solid minutes of swearing.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, I do. You are sworn in.
Okay.
Stuff that's not-
So I think you already, I just have some questions. So it's not really a truth or consequences thing. I think, I wanted to ask, can you stop inclusionary housing? And you said you can. Is that correct? Like if, like we're going along and all of a sudden there's too much, you said you could stop it. Is that right?
Do you, usually you'll ask the questions
okay. All right.
under commission, and then they'll turn to staff.
We could revisit it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can
All right.
can terminate it. Yeah.
Now, I was reading those books, that article by, I think it was Emma Hamilton. She says, does the average housing price go up in an area where inclusion housing is mandated? Well, she's shown that it does. Could you ask our staff if they have done any studies on whether inclusionary housing ordinances cause housing prices to rise?
I would say it almost certainly would.
Scott, did you find that?
Yeah, that's Emily Hamilton from, right, and that was her conclusions, and I don't want to put words in.
I think on a macroeconomic basis, if the supply is constrained, the prices will go up. I think a lot of factors play into
And could you just go
housing
through
prices.
the 100 unit business one more time? If you have density bonus, you can build 150, okay? That's correct, right? And you
Yes.
don't have inclusionary, you just can go to 150 and you magically have to do, you said they're mostly going to do something with low income to get to the 150.
15 very low income.
15 very low income, all right. I get that one, I didn't even have to ask that one, I just wanted to confirm. Now, if you have inclusionary housing as well, and you start with the 100, what happens? That's what I got lost at.
Same thing, right?
Same thing. They have to count the same units.
Yeah.
So you still end up with 150 units, of which 15 are very low income. 135 are market, 15 are very low
So
income.
that's whether you have inclusionary housing or you don't, you still have the same thing.
Well, because they're saying that if you have inclusionary housing, more likely than not, the developer is going to decide to use a bonus density law. That gives you 15 very low income in your situation of 100 units. And then that goes up to 150 units, 15 will be very low income.
But they are now have constraints, like they have to be equal fittings and fixtures and blah, 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 right?
And
If we
dispersed.
have the
If we have the
inclusionary. Yeah, if you don't
right.
have the
So
inclusionary.
changes the character of what's built.
Oh, okay.
But they can still use their incentives, which means that they could ask for 4 stories and as one incentive, for example. So that's how they fit the density into a smaller lot. So that could still happen, right,
Sure.
Randy?
But it happens in either
Yeah.
case, right?
Yeah, with density bonus.
Bonus density.
Right, but that has nothing to do with whether the inclusionary housing is there.
If we're pushing them by having inclusionary housing, if that is the carrot to use bonus
Yeah, it moves
density,
the
we
tipping
end up
point,
with a
right.
taller building. That's just,
Right.
getting.
Okay, I've asked enough.
I don't get the concession with an inclusionary,
What?
correct?
They only get, no, but I think she's correct, is if we establish inclusionary, I think I can safely say that a fair number of developers will use density bonus. Whether it's 50% or not, I am unwilling to concede, but they will use density bonus. If they use density bonus in order to physically accommodate the number of units that are allowed under the density bonus ordinance, and they need to add another story to do that, you're going to have to let them add another story. Somebody could come in and do density bonus today without inclusionary and do exactly the same thing. It's just more likely once you have imposed an affordable housing requirement.
The unintended densification.
With inclusionary, then, they wouldn't get, they wouldn't obtain the concessions. Is that correct?
If they don't apply for the density bonus. But see, I
Right.
think the thing to keep in mind, let's just say, well, none of the proposed standards actually fall within this, but let's just say you had a 5% very low income requirement as your inclusionary policy. Well, that automatically qualifies somebody for a 20% density bonus. Automatically. So there's no reason that they wouldn't apply for density, even if they didn't need the bonus.
Yeah, okay.
Because they could use it for parking, they can use it for one concession, and if they need development standards relief, they can use it for development standards relief. So that's why I think you should assume density bonus. I think there's been a focus on people using the whole 50%. I can almost guarantee you that ownership projects will not use a 50% density bonus, but apartment projects, probably a lot of them would.
Okay,
And most of these likely will be apartment projects.
And most of these will likely be apartments.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Although do bear in mind, All Cast and One South were ownership projects. Yeah.
Any other public comments?
No comments and no attendees.
Okay, all right. I want to throw in a question. I don't know if what, was this on the same thread as this or a different thread?
Oh, I don't have a question.
Oh, you
at this
didn't have
time. No.
Oh, you didn't have okay. I have some questions. First of all, and these are brief ones, but I will start my timer. Can you describe an example of a developer in economic hardship?
You know, I will tell you, San Jose has had an economic hardship provision in their policy since they started it, and they'd never approved one last I checked.
I'm trying,
It's really, honestly.
I'm trying to figure this out.
No, but you're 100% correct, because the whole idea is that somebody should pay the right amount of money for land in order for it to be feasible. If they can't get land for that price, then they shouldn't try to develop. So rather than having an extreme economic hardship, they should just not develop, right?
Yeah.
So that's the logic, and that should be correct. There's just a California Constitution requirement to allow for an extreme economic hardship. And so when you see, like, we wrote a really long one, but most of the ones just say if you violate the California Constitution.
Okay.
It doesn't, that's the only time.
Well, let's try not to do that. Can we just put a thing in saying
We did, in the definition, we said it doesn't violate the state or federal constitution.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I couldn't think of a scenario of that.
There shouldn't be one.
Okay. So, and can you walk us through the sale at year 55?
Sure. Okay. So if somebody bought the unit, let's just say they bought the unit in year 53, and let's just use $23 instead of whatever they're going to be 50 years from now. So right now, the gap for that unit, let's just say is $800,000. So the buyer can afford to pay $400,000 today, but the house would have cost $1.2 million.
Okay.
Okay, so there's an $800,000 gap that they got the advantage. All those buyers got the advantage of it all those years.
Right.
And we're using $23, but they would have all, would have been more like that and like that. But anyway, so what happens then in year 55, whoever, and it doesn't have to happen in year 55, whoever sells it, year 55 or past, then they get to sell it. So they bought it for $400,000. They get to sell it for $1.2 million.
Right.
Right? And so their gain
Is $800,000.
is $800,000.
What happens to the gain?
Well, in that case, that's a bad example because it should be a lot different.
Let's still run with it. I'm
Okay,
still
no,
curious.
because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So because it's an $800,000 gap today, but in 50 years, it's going to be a much different gap, right? But you count it from today.
Okay.
So it's an $800,000 gap today.
Okay.
And then, so let's just say then the gap, then they sell it for $2 million.
Okay.
Okay. So we had a $1.2 million price. We had the $800,000 gap, right? These people, they bought it for $400,000. They sell it for $2 million.
Okay.
So they've made $1.6 million, right?
Okay.
800 of it comes to the city.
Okay.
And then that gain, whatever the percentage that gain was of the original purchase price, that percentage also comes to the city.
Yeah.
And what does the city do with that money? Is it earmarked for something in
Well, you
particular?
put it in your housing fund, and then you'd use it for
Housing fund.
affordable housing.
So then we could buy property at
So
some point. and
what-
build
Well, in year
affordable
55.
housing.
What,
years
what
from now.
gain does that seller retain?
They retain, okay, right, I didn't turn it off. We're going to do real math here instead of just making stuff.
While she's doing that,
Yes,
Okay.
feel free.
if the city council decides that this was a wrong turn and says, we're going to scuttle this whole idea and try to think of something else, what does that do? I mean, does that mean that all of these overlay areas are not going to build affordable housing and then we're in trouble on our arena? Is that what happens?
I can't say what they'll end up doing.
Which they are you talking about?
The developer.
City council or the developer?
Well, any of them. If the city council said, no, we're not going to move forward with inclusionary anywhere, in those areas, if they did develop and the developer chose to develop market rate, once the first development is done and we're not meeting our affordable obligation, and now that's taken out of what's available to account, we'd have to see, do we have enough yet in the potential build out up for affordable in all of the other sites to still meet our affordable RENA obligation? If not, we have a very short window to amend our housing element to create another site.
Okay, so, but without this ordinance, there's nothing forcing a developer to add or to hold out some of the units for affordable housing. They can do it all at market rate. There'd be nothing we could do about it, except that it would impact our RENA statistics and
Our housing
at some
element.
point, our housing element, and at some point, we would be out of compliance and in trouble. All because we can't encourage, we have no way to encourage a developer to add affordable housing. And if they're building something for sale, townhomes or condos, they're almost certainly not going to put affordable housing in it without there being a carrot. If they're building apartments, would it be the same situation, or is there any reason why without any carrot that a developer would add affordable housing to an apartment complex?
Without any carrot?
Yeah,
Whether that's
without an
inclusion.
ordinance or an incentive of some sort.
Yeah, no, because the only
All
way
on
that,
their own,
yeah,
knowing that there's a guy in Sacramento watching us, they will just throw us under the bus to make another couple bucks, right?
I
And
don't
when I say couple
imagine,
bucks, I mean a couple $1 million.
I don't imagine a developer would choose to put affordable in for the sake of this, just because they wanted to help the
Just
city out.
because they said,
Just to be nice.
you've been so good to us, letting us
Right.
build here. Oh, wait, no, you weren't good to us. You didn't want us to build this. So, yeah, so we would have developers coming into town and basically making life miserable for the people who live here and are responsible, like you, for keeping us in compliance. And not lose a minute of sleep over it.
I can't say what their sleep patterns would be.
But there'd be no reason to think they'd be up all night saying, gosh, I really shouldn't do this, but I'm gonna
Right.
anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
There has
that's
to
not
be
their job,
something.
right? Their job is to be a developer
But
and,
is
right.
it, who says it's not their job? If they how many people have come before us just since I've been here telling us how they want to bring something great to Redondo and that they feel so connected to our city and that they want all of this good stuff to happen for us. And yet, without an ordinance, that's just the lie it appears to be.
Well, I mean, you got there's density bonus law, but that's the carrot you're talking about, that they could, I think to that point, and I think Commissioner Barrett had even touched on it, if it was rental, they might have more incentive because then they'd have more units to rent out. Versus for sale, it's a little bit financially harder for them to make the affordable.
And not only, and that's also not because the ownership doesn't necessarily want the density, but the restrictions are much larger on density bonus than they are for rental. So to get to any kind of sizable density bonus, you have to write a much larger percentage of your units as affordable in ownership projects.
Oh, I see.
And to Chair Gaddis's point, when you rent, you don't get equity in the rental unit. It ends and you're done, and you haven't really owned a home in a lot of ways. So, yeah.
Right.
Or in any way.
Okay. Do you want the no, believe me, I'd be the first person to tell you that. I mean, I think you have two things with ownership housing. You have two ways to go with it, and it depends on your goals. So if your goal is to preserve an affordable housing unit, then you put this very long-term covenant on it. If your goal is to help a family gain equity, then what you do is you say, okay, the first time you sell it, you can sell it at market rate, but we're going to share the equity appreciation with you. And that's how density bonus is actually structured for ownership. The problem with it is, I think from a city perspective, there are benefits to it for sure. But the problem with it from a city perspective is then you got the density, but you lost the affordable unit. So I think that's
After 55 years?
no, because the way density bonus is written, if you put in your inclusionary 55-year covenant, it would prevail. But without inclusionary, a developer who uses density bonus for ownership, the way that's worked is there's no covenant period at all. And so the first person who owned the unit in the more dense project who sells it at an unrestricted market rate price and gives the city money. So that's how that works.
No
So
longer
you've created
affordable at that point.
wealth for a family, which is
Right.
a laudable goal, but then you have this increased density and no affordable units.
So if I'm not mistaken, Santa Barbara has 100% ownership inclusionary housing.
I think you're mistaken.
Okay.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah, I have a survey.
Commissioner Lamb.
I believe you. I was looking at their numbers. I misread.
Yeah, no, they don't.
Mr. Barron actually asked my question.
Are you ahead?
Yeah, I have the numbers.
So you don't, okay.
I have the numbers if you want to know them.
Okay.
I am curious.
Yeah, let's hear the
Okay. So
Let's
back
hear
to-
the
How far I
scenario.
was off.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
No, it was for the covenant.
This was the,
The-
no,
I mean,
yeah,
for
I know
the-
that
for
answer
the-
in a minute.
yeah.
I'm back to how this would happen in year 55 story.
Right, your
Oh, okay.
55 sale, what happens?
Okay, so your original market price was 1.2 million. Your original affordable price was $400,000.
Okay.
Okay.
So there's an
$800,000.
$800,000 differential that's
Differential,
established
that's
from day one.
Then that's 67% of the original purchase price.
Okay.
Okay. So now in year 56, the house is worth $2 million. It was worth 1.2 million when the market rate price, when it was originally purchased. So strangely, that's an $800,000 gap. I would have preferred it not to be that same number, but it is. So at that point, what happens is the city gets $800,000 plus 67% of a different $800,000. Let me use a different number. It'll make it so much.
Ugh.
They get the original $800,000 back plus 67% of the gain, which was also $800,000.
And now it's $1 million in my news story. In my new story,
I got it.
in my news story, the market rate when it sells in year 56 is 2.2 million.
Okay.
And it was originally 1.2 million. So now it's $1 million gain.
Right.
So you get the original $800,000 gap
Right.
plus 67% of $1 million, which is $667,000.
Well, now, have we eaten up, I mean, how much, so the total gain on the sale from the person so the person bought it at
400,000.
400,000.
And he gets 733,000.
That's nice.
So he'll get the original 400,000 and then he gets
33%.
33% of the gain.
Of the gain, okay.
Of the million.
$1 million.
Okay. Let me just think
You know
about
what I
it.
tell you is because you're a
Let
high.
me just start with the sale price at year 55 is
2.2.
2.2 million. Okay. So of that, the purchaser bought it for 400,000. And so we've got 1.8 million total gain.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, no, because you can't look at it that way.
I can't.
Because you're looking back at the original affordability gap. So
Well,
that's,
I'm just talking about the proceeds of the sale. Because
no, because his for- well,
the person bought it for 400,000, right? Okay.
Yep.
And it sells for 2.2 million.
so he gets 400,000, yes.
Well,
He does.
yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about the gain. So
But the gain is the difference between the market rate price today and the market rate price in year 56. That's the gain that we're working with for the purposes of
okay,
allocating
well, we're not
the
talking
money.
about the gain. We'll talk about proceeds above and beyond the 400,000. We'll
Yes.
call it that. Okay.
Yes.
So we've got excess, I'll call that excess proceeds, right?
1.8 million,
Okay, 1.8 million. So 800,000 that goes to the city,
correct.
right? And then 67% of the 1 million. Okay, so that's 670,000. And so we've got 330,000. And so that is added, is given to the homeowner then.
Correct.
So being that last homeowner, so,
Right.
okay, so this is interesting. So we have a person who's 2 years out from hitting the 55 year.
Right.
And you're offering them this $800,000, this home for 400,000.
Right.
And they have in their mind 3 years from now, I'm gonna get back.
It's the lottery winner.
It is a lottery winner. Are you familiar with a key fee? I used to live in New York City.
No, I do know what a key fee is. I did not live in New York City, but I do know what a key fee is.
Just for those of you who don't know what a key fee is, so rent-controlled apartments in New York City are, the rents that go to the landlords are dictated, essentially. But who gets to rent that apartment is not dictated. So the current tenant of the apartment will sell essentially access to that apartment at the market rate. So if they're paying $1,000 a month for an apartment, but the market is $2,500, there's a $1,500 a month differential. And the key fee is some number below the market rate, but way above the rate that person is paying. And so essentially they'll rent that key to somebody else and capture part of that differential. And this is a very common thing in New York City.
In Boston as well.
I want to know where there's.
I did live in Boston. So.
I want to know where there's the 2,500.
Yeah, apartment. Okay, it's a very hypothetical example.
But I will tell
No,
you,
I get the point.
I
Yeah,
will
the
tell you,
concept.
coming
Yeah.
back to the original point, though,
On the second floor of Rikers.
is the situation is a lot of programs that have these long-term covenants that on resale, the last owner just wins 100% of the lottery. So this was actually, the council said, we'd like to structure, and a lot of them do.
Right.
We'd like to structure an equity appreciation share.
Okay.
Then. So, I mean, yes. So the city ends up in this story with $1.47 million.
Right.
And the homeowner ends up with 733, which you came to the same math, just doing
Okay.
other things.
Okay.
But now I'm going to look up Santa Barbara, but you can talk about something else.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think the key fee phenomenon is
Yeah, right.
it's a likely thing.
Was there any other option besides the lottery winner one
Well,
when you're doing a covenant like this?
no.
Okay.
I mean, it's just letting them win it all, or just, because the secondary market won't let you take more than that proportionate of the equity appreciation, more than the proportionate share that the gap or what you typically what you would have contributed would have been. So it has to be set up that way.
I'm sorry, I'm asking my questions.
Why
But
not?
Kathy's
I'm
here,
all
and we're
night.
on the conversation. You had mentioned that when we were going back and forth, and you were looking this up, the covenant for there's the covenant for inclusionary, but there's not a covenant.
There's literally not a covenant in
Or
density bonus
density
law.
bonus
There
law.
used to be a 30-year covenant for ownership. There is one for rental.
Yeah.
There's a 55-year covenant for rental, unless another program has a more stringent, which so if you went to the 75, yours would prevail. Much like when in ownership, it doesn't have a covenant at all in density bonus. So any covenant you have is more than that covenant. And so your covenant would prevail. What they did, it used to be 30 years. They changed it along the way to just say first sale, and then do exactly that math that I did.
Yeah.
And so it works. And, a lot of first-time homebuyer programs are structured like this, and actually a fair number of inclusionary programs are structured like that because it's a policy goal of the city in those instances to help families generate equity so that they can move up and out. And I think to some extent that works. It doesn't help. It doesn't really help you with RENA so much, but it does help you with another goal. And the fact that then density bonus structured it that exact same way, then it does have the unintended consequence, possibly the intended consequence, of somebody lives in the unit for 7 years and then sells it at the market, and now you still got the density forever. So that's kind of a benefit of inclusionary with a covenant period, because then if somebody does use density bonus, you have an actual covenant. Yeah. If that's what you want.
Okay. Who else? I mean, I guess one of the things I would throw in there is if there's any way we can throw in that any hijinks that take place at the end of the sale, including, that somehow, I don't even know what you would put in there as an ordinance making that illegal for, conspiracy between.
That's totally in the agreements, actually, because it's in the agreement. You strike, they make them sign a disclosure that says you can't sell the couch for $50,000.
Got it. Perfect. Okay.
It happens.
Good. Do we have other comments, questions up here?
I have a quick one.
Okay.
I think, are there any limitations to the number of people per bedroom as part of this or anything like that? Or could you put 6 people in a 2-bedroom place?
This is, again, a policy decision. You have to stay within some sort of reasonable bounds, but I recommend that you have a minimum household size and a maximum household size, because you don't really want a 1-person household getting a 4-bedroom unit.
Right.
But in vice versa, you don't want a 12-person household getting a 2-bedroom unit.
Correct.
So what I typically suggest, because if you use the California Building Code, you really could get 12 people in a 2-bedroom unit, is to use the federal standard, which is the number 2 per bedroom plus the living room. And so a 2-bedroom unit would be 6 people. But at least you have a standard, because otherwise you run into fair housing questions.
So is that already included in our ordinance?
It'd be included in your procedures.
Procedures.
Okay, and how about the minimum? You described the maximum constraint. What about the minimum?
So usually
1 person in a 4-bedroom.
Yeah, so usually you'd say, 1-bedroom unit, obviously, would be 1 would be the minimum, right? And then the maximum would probably be 3.
Okay.
And then a 2-bedroom unit, you would typically say at least 2 people. So you can play it that way.
Okay.
And then a 3-bedroom unit, you could easily say.
We'll just say number of people, number of bedrooms.
I mean, that's the easy way. Sometimes it goes up non-linearly. So in a 3-bedroom unit, it would have to be at least 5 people, but just something that's reasonable. It just has, in my opinion, it just has to be something reasonable. So I do run into programs where I have people who are putting 1 person in a 3-bedroom unit, and it's just a waste of a big unit.
Cool. We could add that to our recommendations?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm working on that now.
Sorry, I jumped on top
again, if
of
I'm
your
looking down,
question.
I'm not ignoring you.
Okay, so back to the Santa Barbara question.
Okay.
They have a 10% requirement up to a 15% requirement. The threshold is 5 units, and it's moderate. That's for rental. For ownership, lost it again. Santa Barbara. There we go. They have, the threshold is 1 unit. The affordability ranges from 120% of median to 200% of median for the affordable price. It's a 90-year covenant that restarts on each resale.
Oh.
Restarts on.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I
actually don't think that's legal, but I'm not a lawyer, so.
No, what I meant was, I thought that they had no apartment rentals. They only had sale,
They do.
all owned.
No, they have rental.
Okay,
The threshold project size is 5.
but it doesn't give a percentage how much
It does.
how much is owned and how much is rented.
Where are we talking about Santa Barbara?
Well, I just brought up.
It was a 10%. It's a 10%. I believe it's a 10% rental requirement and a 15% ownership requirement, but it could be flipped.
Okay, I think
that
I'm
clear on my-
misunderstood. That's all right, never mind, doesn't matter.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions on the recommendations. Currently as drafted, if they have affordable rental units, they have to meet some kind of like minimum finish standard or some federal minimum. As a policy, can they make that to have the same interior finishes as the for sale units or the market rate rental units? Sorry.
On the for sale, it already is the same finishes. You could, for rental, you could say you want it to be the same finishes.
Okay. So even if it's some minimum, like I could see that they would put in like, quartz counters and tile, whatever, and then you get like Formica and carpet and things in the rental, and that meets the minimum, like some minimum standard, but it's not the same thing.
That's a policy decision.
Yeah.
Can I just go back to Santa Barbara for 1 second? Santa Barbara County only has ownership.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Vindication.
I felt you wanted.
Actually, Rob, in the original city council discussion, we did talk about other cities.
Okay.
Have you watched
Just
them?
to. I didn't watch those council meetings. Okay.
Okay. So that'd be my one recommendation. And then,
Say that again, Matt.
I'm sorry, just the affordable rental units have the same interior finishes as the market rate
I like that.
units.
Yeah.
Because currently it's just drafted as some minimum
Yeah,
standard.
And that's for the rental, right?
For rental.
Because we already have it
You already
for
have
the,
it for
I thought
ownership.
that was in there, no?
For sale units.
Just for
yes,
ownership.
But rental was a different standard.
I like that.
Oh, yeah. Maybe I misread it.
it was for, so it was just for the ownership that we had that. And then we had, remember Kathy talked about the California, the housing tax credit.
Which, by the way,
standards.
typically has better standards than most. But yeah, but I understand the point.
Okay. And again, just my preference. And again, I put myself in the shoes if I was living there, that's what I would want. And then the second thing is currently we have a mix of like percentage studio, percentage 2-bedroom, but a lot of the projects I see that come before us are like 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, 6, 7-bedroom.
A lot.
Sorry, couldn't help myself. Again, as a policy question, can you make it that whatever the affordable units are the same mix of the sale units? So if you have
We already did
4, 3
that.
But I thought it was 40% 2-bedroom.
No, that's if
and-
they're off-site.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so here's the
go
story.
ahead.
Here's the story. If they build on site, the way it's written now, they have to be proportionate to the bedroom mix of the market rate project. If they go off-site, now they're building a completely different project because we're having them build rental
I see.
off-site. So you don't want the same mix as this ownership project in your rental project.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, maybe I just misunderstood the slide then. So just to confirm, if they build a 30-unit project and the 30 market rate ones have 8 4-bedrooms and 10 3-bedrooms and 10 2-bedrooms and 2 studios, I think that's all the units.
Okay.
You'd have to have the same mix in your 15% affordable. Like you would have to have that same percentage of 4-bedrooms, 3-bedrooms. Okay.
In this, I'm looking at the slide, it actually just said bedroom mix proportional to market rate. It didn't talk about on-site or off-site.
No, there's, if you go down, if you do off-site, because we are making them do rental off-site, and that's where the 40% 2-bedroom.
This was standards for all residential projects.
No, but go back, if you go
Okay.
back to the slide where we talk about doing off-site rentals for ownership project, that's where we talk about a minimum of 40% 2-bedrooms and no more. Yes, it's a slide I read tonight.
Yeah, I saw the 40% 2-bedroom.
No, but the
And
40%
one-
2 bedrooms was,
Yeah,
we
and
had it
studio.
underneath the standards for all residential projects. So
Well, I can't see on the screen anymore, so.
bedroom mix proportional to market rate for rent. Oh, you're right. It says for rental, no more than 15% studio and at least 40%. But it wasn't under the for rental.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, those are my
Love
two.
watching this, don't
We'll
we?
be here all night.
I was gonna say, I've missed the basketball game now, so I don't need to leave. It was 86-53, in case anybody was wondering.
Who won?
I never said his time. So.
Okay. Yeah, those are the two comments I would have. And then the last comment is just, what's before us tonight is a resolution. And in that, we have to make 4 findings. One, that basically CEQA doesn't apply to this inclusionary housing zoning. The amendments to the zoning ordinance are consistent with the general plan, including the housing element and general plan adopted July 2022. The amendments to the coastal land use plan implementing ordinance are consistent with the city's local coastal plan, and that these amendments don't require a vote of the people under Article 27 of the city charter, which is Measure DD. So those are the 4 findings we have to make, and then this, and then we can make whatever recommendations we want. And then finally, it says, you know, in the, like, therefore, the planning commission recommends blah, 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 amended as follows. So just to put out there what we actually have to make findings on.
Yeah.
Right, right.
So do we,
That's it. Commissioner Hazeltine has a question.
The off-site units, is it written that those will be the same quality as the original building?
Well, they're a completely different product type.
But can we do that where we're saying, well, okay, so now they want to do something off-site? Don't we want that also to be the same quality as the original?
No, because I think you're dealing in like $1 million+ houses, and then you're building your affordable in apartments in an off-site location. They're completely different. You could just say you don't want off-site production.
I would, yeah.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to make apartment standards be luxury, single-family home standards.
Yeah, that from the very beginning, listening, you know, binging on the city council, that particular thing bothered me, the off-site part, because it just sounds like they're going to stick them out there, you know? I kind of like the idea that it's not, so I would recommend that we take that away.
And I'd say that's fine. That's absolutely fine. The reason for the off-site being rental is you can get more. So instead of somebody, in essence, I mean, and I do have a problem with this personally, is the $1.2 million house going for $400,000. So there's that one family who got the big bonus of the, you know, the $1.2 million house. Whereas if you took that $800,000 gap and applied it, you could get probably 3 rental units. And so it's a quantity question and at deeper affordability. You know, it's a policy decision. It's absolutely a policy decision. I'm just telling you that's why that recommendation was made.
Yeah.
So it gets us more affordable housing if we allow this.
You get more affordable at deeper affordability.
And it can be no further than 400 yards away.
It's a quarter of a mile.
within a quarter mile.
So 440 yards.
Is that really true?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you.
Quarter mile away is
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
400
If I think about it as a track, that makes sense.
103.5 meters, if you want metric. So what if there isn't sorry, I jumped in.
I'm done.
Okay.
Okay.
Rob calling me?
Yep.
Okay, so what if there is not what if there's not land available within that quarter mile?
Then they can't do off-site.
They have to do the affordable housing as part of their main
Yes,
site.
yes.
And then that means somebody's going to get the $1.2 million house for pennies.
And that's the whole discussion about ownership inclusionary in general.
And what are the odds that any project will be within a quarter mile of vacant land in Redondo Beach?
Probably none almost.
Having a
And so,
beach
so I think the
itself.
idea was, which is why if you had a big enough development site, we were talking about dividing it and creating a parcel that was the affordable housing parcel and then the market rate parcel.
So
Well, the difference really is rental versus owned.
Correct.
So kind of like having a separate entrance for your affordable housing people, except there's space between those two types of units.
Yes.
Okay, so it's as discriminatory.
It's not discriminatory. The reason it's not, it's again, it's a policy
By
decision. It's
law.
not, it's just not discriminatory generally. And I mean, I will tell you, my bias is against affordable ownership to begin with. So I'm starting from that perspective because those gaps are so big and so few households get the benefit of them that in my world and in a place where you had more land available, I'd say take an in lieu fee for every single ownership housing unit and use it to subsidize deeply affordable rental. And that's where I come from. You can have a completely different policy decision and be completely correct. I'm just telling you that's why. More units at deeper affordability.
So this development that doesn't want to have affordable housing can't find a location to stick it within 440 yards, and so would pay some sort of fee.
They can't, as you're structured.
Okay. Well, but your solution was some sort of penalty or fee that could be used to subsidize housing.
That's correct. That's a policy decision again that can be made that ownership units are allowed to pay the fee by right, but that's not what the council
So
recommended.
not as a part of the ordinance, a policy decision separate from the ordinance?
No, it's in the
or-
ordinance.
Or
It's-
written into the ordinance?
It's written in because right now, any project over 10 units cannot pay the in lieu fee. Any project, rental or ownership.
Ah, okay.
So it was
if we-
people don't always pick my policy decisions.
So if we do allow these larger projects to pay the in lieu fee,
Right.
that money could go to subsidizing housing in whatever units the city decided, whatever buildings the city decided all around town.
Correct.
And the property owner that's renting these units would get that money in order to accept a much lower rent.
Correct.
And somehow that sounds like the best solution to avoiding density, is that if they won't use the density bonus and we're not forcing them to have, and we're not forcing them to have affordable housing units, they could pay the in lieu fee and have the project they always dreamed of, and the city could then go to an apartment building.
Well, no, you still need new
older-
construction to get RENA credit.
Okay, so the city would only be able to subsidize housing in a new development.
In the utopian world that I think we're moving into here, it would bring us to Commissioner Hazeltine's idea, where if you collected enough in lieu fees, you'd have enough money to buy land and then create the units you wanted without the density bonus. I mean, that's how it would work in practice, but just how many units are there going to be and how much money is generated? And that's always the argument against in lieu fee, is do you get enough money to ever really do anything with it?
But you would get a certain amount of money, whatever is written in, that would provide you with that in lieu fee. But you would have to use it only for apartments that are new construction.
Correct.
And is that, so how are you allowed to force that on a developer?
You're
Is that-
not. You can say to a developer, I'll give you $2 million if you'll build these rental units.
So you make it worth their while with the in lieu fee
Yeah.
fund.
So you're basically subsidizing their gap.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard to do.
Well, it is, I mean, it's just the quantity of how many units actually get built and then how many dollars of in lieu fees are generated.
So in order to avoid an affordable housing unit in your luxury development, you should pay an in lieu fee that provides for an affordable unit in someone else's new apartment building.
In fact, probably 3.
Then you're actually doing better with the 3 units in someone else's new building than the 1 unit in the luxury development.
If you're defining it by quantity and depth of affordability.
But we are.
Not necessarily. I think there've been other comments from the dais
But RENA wants quantity, and this satisfies that. And that's really what it is coming down to. It's the only reason we're doing this, because we're enforced to do it. And if RENA was not a thing, and no one was making us do this, short of our own self-interest to want affordable housing, if it wasn't being imposed on us.
Yes, you will generate more affordable units at deeper affordability by paying an in lieu fee on luxury single-family homes.
Okay.
You will.
Or a luxury townhome development.
Right. Well, anything in Redondo Beach is going to cost a lot of money.
But is it luxury?
Okay, I'm sorry. I will take luxury away. Expensive.
Okay.
Commissioner Boswell, we're at 6 minutes here, and we have Commissioner
for the
Hensley has a
record.
question.
I think it's like 18 minutes.
All right, so, but just to wrap this up for once, is this even a direction we want to explore? Does this have benefits for us?
The council explored it.
And?
They chose not to. They chose to go with the you had to develop or develop apartments.
If we recommend that maybe was a wrong turn on their part, then they would have to reconsider that, wouldn't they?
I don't know.
They don't have to reconsider it.
Whatever we recommend,
recommend
they
it,
could
though.
just,
Can
they
recommend
could just say, here's the planning commission's recommendation. Somebody have a match
Yeah, okay.
with it, right? So it doesn't really matter.
Commissioner
It
Hensley
doesn't
has
matter what we
a question.
recommend if it's not something the council's going to want. So we have to kind
You
of
can-
second guess
you can
what the
certainly-
council is going to
Commissioner
want.
Inslee has a question. We can review that after Commissioner Inslee asks his question.
Okay, I have a
Well,
question.
it'll be old news by then.
It's clear that
And he'll
the city
open two
council
more
has a
cans of
policy
worms.
direction and they want to proceed with this. And again, I'm in favor of the policy in general. I just think that as it's applied with the density that is out there makes me very nervous.
And that's what I agree with.
Yeah, that's not my question. Sorry. My question is, state density bonus, doesn't that start at 5 units?
Yes.
And ours, the in lieu fee is 2 to 9 units, and then 10 and above, they have to do something.
Correct.
Between the 5 and the 9, can they choose to do density bonus?
Absolutely.
And what happens to our fee? Like,
You don't get a fee then.
Okay.
They'd have to provide one inclusionary unit for your policy, and then whatever 5% of the base zoning is for not and, they'd have whatever is the greater of the two. There's never going to be anything fewer than one.
Okay. And so, and they would get the concessions and all the other things that come along with state bonus.
Well, if they go with 5%, it's only one concession.
Okay, but the other words escaping me, not the
Development
consent.
standards relief.
Yes, thank
Waiver.
you. Waiver. Okay. And is there a reason, just again, back to the policy question, that ours wasn't 5 to match? Because I'm worried that those projects are more common, or maybe lots, or especially the R3 zones might be more of them. So I'm just wondering what the thought there is of like why it's 10 versus the state's number of 5.
That was discussed in detail, actually, at a couple of the council meetings. I think the reason was they wanted to capture the smaller projects to capture fee revenue for. And because I think there's a notion, and I can't speak to this authoritatively, about it might have some impact on whether people could really use SB 9 or not effectively. They could use it, you can't stop them, but whether that requirement might.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
Okay.
But that one, I don't make any opinion on.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other comments or questions?
I have one.
There we go. Question.
Do we have any sort of numbers on how much affordable housing Redondo Beach currently has relative to market share?
It would be in our housing element. I could find that. I'm not going to be able to find that right here.
Okay.
But it's in our housing element.
So
We
the
would have,
answer is yes.
because we have, we do have some affordable housing projects that are, per housing authority that most of them are senior or a lot of it is senior housing. We have Section 8 housing. There's a lot of different Section 8 vouchers, so there's a lot, but if you're looking at how many units, we'd have to look at but all of that information is of what is existing is in our housing element. It's not, there's a lot of affordable housing per our housing authority, the things I just mentioned especially with the vouchers. But that being said, the number of units that might have a deed restriction is really going to be just limited to that and just maybe a handful of others.
Commissioner Lamb.
So this is a question I have for all of us, and that is, are we interested in identifying particular areas of the city? Do we want to recommend the overlays as opposed to the entire city for inclusionary housing?
The question is, what is the advantage of doing that?
Right. What is the advantage from doing that? And the advantage could be that it would reduce the potential number of additional housing, right?
That it would mitigate the unintended consequence of additional densification.
Thank you. Yes, very well said.
Well, yeah, and that was a question because I'm not quite sure how that mechanism would work.
2 to 9.
Why that would be the case.
Well, 5 gets you state density bonus.
Was Was that a question we should know? We should.
No, it's,
Was that a sidebar?
I think he was passing her a bribe.
What was the question and the answer in this public hearing?
Right.
Yeah.
So the question was, is the proposal as it stands, what's the threshold project size? And the answer is 2. What is state density bonus? The threshold is 5. And then the in lieu fee is 2 to 9.
Okay.
That was the answer to the question.
Okay. So my question to you suggested that what if we limit this to the overlays and it might mitigate this unintended densification? And I'm asking, what's the mechanism of that? And you might have an answer to that.
Before you answer that,
Okay.
Remember, we're just making a recommendation.
Of course.
So we could recommend the council that we've reviewed it and
Yeah.
the
And
council
Commissioner
may.
Boswell has a recommendation I know that he wants to throw in there that we're all going to vote on because we just heard it.
Right. That we recommend that we could,
Analyze the ramifications of that?
or we could put a range of language into the document. Whether it's, as you suggested, we'll wait, I think Mr. Hensley has some suggestions here, but we could do a range of language, whether it's a recommend to do an analysis or it's just a recommendation that they consider, right?
Sure.
Limiting it to the overlays that have recently been listed in the housing element, right? There you go.
What about areas that are not overlays?
Yeah, so I was just going to comment that in the overlay, we keep talking about them, just to list them out what they are. Kingsdale residential overlay, someone can picture in their eye where this is. North Tech residential overlay, it's the bonds up by the internet.
Yep.
190th Street residential overlay. South of the Transit Center residential overlay.
All right.
South Bay Marketplace residential overlay between the Galleria and the other shopping center, the parking lot. And then the FedEx residential overlay. So those are the areas, but the issue is between all 6 of those, that's basically 1,000 units of our total 1,300 and something. So if you exclude those other areas, it's really the small part of our overall density. That makes sense. Like there's only 100 units of mixed use 1. There's only 70 units or 51 units of mixed use 2, like 12 units of residential high density in our site survey. So if you eliminate those, that's possible, but it's not the lion's share of the dwelling units.
So are you suggesting that we expand the inclusionary to other listed areas on the housing element? I mean, I'm certainly amenable to that.
So,
Yeah.
just for clarification, those are the highest density
Those are
overlays?
all of them are 55 dwelling
Those are the
units per acre.
55s.
All
To meet
6
the-
of the residential overlay.
To meet the RENA numbers.
Yeah.
And where's the FedEx site you mentioned?
District 1.
PCH.
So where the pie restaurant is?
The what restaurant?
It's right, it's right near the Lens, it includes actually, I think, the Lens
Because you're
Crafter
assuming
site.
that I'm willing to
By
fight
the
the
pan-
traffic.
by the
You have to-
Pancake House,
It takes too long to
the
get
Pie
to
House
South
has
Redondo.
been
I
there.
don't
right by
ever
the
go there.
Pancake House,
The Pancake House?
yeah, right next, where Legato is,
Yes.
yes, just east of Legato.
It's
So
basically
further
farms.
inland from Legato. Oh, that place. That place, okay.
The A-frame
So-
restaurant.
Okay. Hey, you know what? There's too much traffic to go down there. I'll just go to Hermosa.
It's already decided. It's been.
Yeah, so again, we don't.
So anyway, those are the 55 unit maximums.
Yeah, and all those together are roughly 1,000 units.
Yeah.
And total, we have 1,400, a little over
And
1,400,
what's the next highest density?
23.
35.
35. So then it drops all the way to 35. So not to interrupt like I'm about to, but, is there a way to say, okay, in these areas designated to be the highest density, can we say that you're not required to have affordable housing in your developments, but you are required to pay in lieu fees equivalent to, let's say, 2 affordable housing units in an apartment development.
You can't stop them from developing. You have an underlying inclusionary housing requirement. You can give them the option of paying a fee, and you can make it attractive to pay the fee. But if somebody wants to produce affordable housing units, you cannot stop them.
Okay, so as I had said, you're not required to have affordable housing.
But you said be required.
Go that way, then you have to, so instead of forcing them to have it through the inclusionary housing, which will then drive them to higher density through the density bonus, we say you're not required to have any. If you want to, great. But if you don't have any, then you have to pay for it to be somewhere else.
Which would absolutely work on ownership. On rental, it's probably still more beneficial to go ahead and fulfill the density bonus affordability.
So they're going to, if it's an apartment complex, they're probably going to use the density bonus no matter what. Right?
Well, I mean, it's because you're layering a fee, and unless the fee is a minimal amount, it's just more advantageous for them to produce and take the density bonus. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think if you ask, there will be some developers in the overlay zones, if you don't do inclusionary, who will still use density bonus. They probably won't go to 50. They'll probably go to 20 with a 5% very low income standard.
And those units will have affordable housing.
Correct. Well, but I'm saying that, but it won't be the norm.
Okay. But for the ones that don't want to have it, if we're not requiring it, then we can get the in lieu fees from them.
Yes.
Perhaps make them even higher.
They'll do the math. I mean, again, they'll do the math.
But we would want to position it at an optimal amount to avoid incentivizing them to add more density.
If that's your goal.
Well, yes, it's definitely.
No, I understand it's your goal. I understand it's your goal. I mean, if it's collectively your goal.
Of everyone I've ever talked to.
Yeah, it's our goal.
It's pretty much the unspoken goal of the entire city, minus about 50 people who have economic interests otherwise. So.
And the developers who want to build.
And they're not in Redondo anyway, so
but
they
will
count.
Be.
They're just here to turn our quality of life into their profits. But that's a whole nother topic of grief. So is there a way, and does it make sense to not require them to have affordable housing, but to require them to pay an in lieu fee?
If they don't produce. I mean, there are programs that are based that way.
Okay, would that be a way for us to keep more developments from going to the density bonus?
Well, keep in mind, yes, but keep in mind too, but then those developments go forward and take the sites where the affordable housing was programmed into your housing element. Mm-hmm. Now they don't have any market, they only have market rate units. You've lost the site. So where are you going to put all these affordable units?
But we gain the affordable units from the in lieu fees in another site.
But where do you put them?
I see. Yeah, you don't gain them until they're built.
And
if you lose a site from your housing element, you have to replace it.
Okay, so, and then when somebody is building apartments, that we can offer them these, $2 million to have affordable housing, then it comes back into the plan, right? Because we lose them when the original builder.
You have to have it in your site's inventory.
Right.
And in this, you have to demonstrate, and what Matthew or Commissioner Hensley was looking at is, we had to demonstrate how we're going to be providing all of the different units in different ways. Some through ADUs, some through residential overlays, some that are going to happen from the increased, density from 28 to 30 dwelling units per. That it makes it, the capacity is there. Mm-hmm. So that's what we have to show, is that the capacity will be there with the zoning. The problem is when you take a site out and the site's developed, you can't count that towards your capacity anymore. It's gonna have all these market rate units on it and no affordable units, and now you can't use that site. And yes, you may have that funding to build that affordable somewhere else. You're gonna need to figure out where that site is probably before you make that, that person comes in with their application. Because then you can say this is the site that is going to have this many units as the in lieu fee. And I don't even know that HCD would consider you saying this is the site that's going to have it funded at some point without you actually owning it.
So even though it would produce more affordable units,
It won't
it's set
produce,
up so that we can't take that route, even though
won't-
the end result is to have more affordable units.
it won't
than
produce more
otherwise.
affordable units because in an apartment project, you're already dealing in an apartment project. So the density bonus is creating the ability to provide those affordable units. That's how the math is going to work. So you could pay somebody to build less density, but you'd have fewer affordable units.
If somebody's foregoing one affordable unit and paying an in lieu fee that allows you to have two affordable units somewhere else, how is that less and not more?
I'm just going to try this one more time. It's not true with rental. It's true with ownership units because the ownership gap is so big. The apartment gap is the same whether you put it here or here or here. So it's 1 unit for 1 unit at best. And when you're getting this in lieu fee, instead of rather than them building it, it's going to be fewer units because unless you give them exactly the amount of money that the density bonus would have created. I mean, you see, it's not, you're viewing the gap as being different if you do it yourself versus the market rate guy does it. It's the same gap for rental.
Now you lost me.
Because rental units don't cost $1.2 million or $1.8 million, or you know what the ownership units are costing. So the affordability gap for a rental unit is like a third of what the affordability gap for an ownership unit is. And so that's why you can get 3 rental units for 1 ownership. But the rental gap's the gap. So you get 1 unit for 1 unit if you produce it here or here. You're not getting more.
So 3 units is really 1 unit.
Huh?
You just said.
No, one sale
You said
unit.
you get
One
enough for
sale,
3
so,
units.
yeah, for
but
one
you're
sale
somehow
unit.
counting it as 1?
No. 1 ownership unit that you let them pay the fee for
Right.
will allow you to have enough money to fund the gap for 3 rental units.
The gap.
The gap.
The gap.
So the amount that the apartment building owner would get in lieu of the lower rental amount.
Correct.
That's the gap.
That's correct.
Okay. But it still creates 3 affordable units instead of 1.
If it's an ownership unit you're comparing. But what we're comparing is saying the folks who are going to use the 50% density bonus are folks who are building rental units. They're not building ownership units.
Okay. So we don't really need to worry about ownership units taking advantage of the density bonus.
Not anywhere near the extent that for rental. There may be a project here or there, but it won't be as likely.
And most of these units on these 55 unit per acre overlay areas, we're expecting to be apartments,
Yes.
but we don't know, do we?
It's a pretty good bet.
Yeah. We won't know until they come in with an application, same as any other.
But
Project.
it makes more economic sense for a developer to make those apartments for rent as opposed to ownership?
Yeah. In that location, you're not going to have your own lot. You're not going to, so it's not, it's going to be much denser. So, I mean, you could have a condo, but I would think that that's going to end up being, I mean, they'd be pretty small condos, and I don't know that you're going to get that level, for what you're talking about as far as what they're doing for, if they want to sell market rate, they're going to want something that's a decent size. I think for them to build on those properties at that density, they're going to be looking at rental.
Starter homes. Okay.
Well, without a major change in economics, right now, the level of premium rents that are being achieved for market rate apartments and how low cap rates have been for apartment sales, it's and factoring in that density issue of 55 or 82 units the acre, as we've sat for probably the last 10 years easy, apartments have been the more viable project at high densities.
Commissioner Barrett.
All right.
Well, thank you. And Commissioner Boswell, I think that just demonstrates the complexity of the issue we're dealing with, without a doubt. I just want to say thanks to Kathy and Brandy for, again, another very thorough presentation on this topic. I think is what's been clear today, and certainly in our public hearing we had back in January, is that we are all supporters of affordable and inclusionary housing in Redondo Beach, no doubt. And we all recognize the importance of our commitments under the housing element. We're very sensitive to that. A concern I have, and I think others have expressed it regarding this ordinance, and in particular the parameters we've been asked to take a close look at, are the unintended consequences of really pushing the needle for developers to opt into the density bonus law. And the concessions that come with it, taller buildings, more intrusion into the setbacks, less parking, more traffic. And we haven't talked about much tonight, but I think you hit upon it last time, Kathy, the potential watering down of development standards that come along with that. But most importantly, and to Commissioner Lamb's point and Commissioner Hensley and others, it's going to be in places that the city likely or may not have planned, and unfortunately may not be able to responsibly sustain with respect to that density. Secondary issue, and it's, not primary, but, there will be an increase in housing prices for market rate units. And we talked about the lottery. The vast majority of people who are living in Redondo Beach are going to want and will only be eligible for market rate units. Those prices are going to go up at a minimum on a macroeconomic level. And then the in lieu fee that we were talking about. The in lieu fee for developments of less than 10 units, that's likely going to act as an additional cost on home building that either is going to increase the cost of homes or at a minimum cause stagnation. So I'd really like to further explore and consider other options for increasing affordable housing, such as the South Bay Cities Housing Trust Fund. Commissioner Hazeltine's thoughts and comments about are there options for the city to acquire its own land, and as you said, Kathy, really kind of rule the roost on what we do on our own property, and do what we can to build affordable housing without these unintended consequences. Especially, but not exclusively, for people who currently work or otherwise contribute to Redondo Beach, and there's a lot of folks that do that. So just for me personally, at this time, I can't recommend adoption of this ordinance. I'm keeping an open mind ultimately on it going forward, but those are just some of the concerns and thoughts I had personally as a planning commissioner.
Okay.
Can I ask?
Sure. She had her hand up first, but.
Yes, I appreciate your comment, Commissioner Barron.
Thank you.
I echo your sentiments. I'd like to, in counter to that, I would like to recommend that that the council look at smaller units of potential for the inclusionary housing, such as the overlay zones and other units, other parcels that are identified in the housing element. I agree that the potential unintended consequences are significant. However, not adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance has serious ramifications for the housing element. So as a medium ground, I believe that the council should really consider those, as I mentioned, the overlays, the smaller parcels of land for the inclusionary and not the entire city.
So we're going to be going through some recommendations that Brandy's going to note, whatever we submit. So I hope you guys are remembering all this stuff because.
I think she's.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so
she's
all this is
writing
going
them
in
down.
now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if
Okay.
you recall me saying at the last meeting, if I'm looking down, it's not to ignore you.
Okay,
it's
sorry,
to type.
sorry. I thought you were taking the basketball school. I'm sorry.
Iowa game's been over a long time.
Oh, okay.
And I would like to reiterate, I do appreciate Commissioner Barron's perspective on this and the concerns that he raised. But I do think that the middle way is more appropriate.
Okay, Commissioner Hazeltine.
Commissioner Barron, you put a lot of thought and time into this. What did you see happening with the housing element? Because that does concern us all, I'm sure, because that opens up all these other developers and just trouble really on some other parcels.
Yeah, and I think, Brandy had mentioned our housing element isn't conditioned on us passing an inclusionary housing ordinance. So I think that's sort of the baseline. And nobody here wants to do anything that would be offensive to our housing element
Right.
or to the HCD. So, yeah.
Our housing element does state that we have as a goal an inclusionary housing policy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
That's what Commissioner Lamb was talking about earlier, that there's a
Right.
program in our housing element.
Yeah, so there's going to have, I think there's going to have to be something, right?
Yes. I mean, it doesn't state that it has to be citywide. It doesn't state it, but it
Okay.
does talk about just because this is the first conversation, bear in mind, none of us are the decision-making body. But when you have that program, that's not necessarily saying this is how you're going to reach your RENA goals, but that's not all that there is in the housing element. You have to show how you're trying to achieve different housing goals for different affordability levels as well. So that's one of the program goals or program objectives is this particular ordinance.
Okay, I'm sorry, were you done with your?
Yeah, I agree with everything Scott said. I just think we're in a really tough spot. I wish we had some concrete alternatives that we could say, we don't want this, but we're going to do A, B, and C, and that'll take care of that. Because we all want affordable housing.
Yeah.
We just don't like the inclusionary because it pulls in the bonus density laws.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be clear, it's not a violation of the housing element if we don't adopt the inclusionary housing ordinance.
It's not.
I don't know that that's the case. I'm not the one that's going to make that determination.
All right.
That's going to be.
But you know HCD better than we do.
HCD will be, if they see that you don't adopt one of your program goals, and you actually go against what your program goal is, I can't say what they're going to do.
Would that, so, do they just notify, okay, you're no longer, we now reject your housing element?
We've received, we've had, when I mentioned before, when we had a certified housing element, the city had adopted a moratorium on certain development, and HCD submitted a letter saying you're now not certified. Your housing element is no longer certified. And we had to go through a process, and we were on a 4-year cycle after that because of being out of compliance. The bigger issue with being out of compliance, and if your housing element is no longer decertified, is if you don't have a certified housing element, you're now opening yourself up for
the builder's remedy,
bigger consequences than
Right.
there have ever been before. Due to more recent state laws.
Right. So let me couch that. So if they decertify our housing element because we've rejected an inclusionary housing that was stated as a goal, then we've opened ourselves up to, people coming in and saying, oh, great, now I'm going to build this high-density project, and the city can't stop me. So you've essentially given away all control of development for a period of time, but that period of time is long enough for somebody to submit a plan and the city cannot reject it.
And there are other, that's only one consequence. I know we talked about this about 2 years ago when we were going through what was going to be in our land use plan and our housing element, and where were we selecting that site's inventory. And during that conversation, it wasn't just this. Now the state has the capability, bringing in the state's attorney to, okay, you're now in violation. You have this amount that's you're fined each month that you're not in compliance. There are different, other different ways that the state can compel you. You could lose control of oversight over any approvals. That's a much harder and stricter. That's more if you're not trying to find a way to get back into compliance. But there are a lot of different potential. There's a lot more stick than there was. It used to be carrot, right?
We have a lot of developers waiting in the wings to take advantage. They're hoping we get out of compliance.
Right. I just wanted to verify. I was in a meeting with HCD with one of our partners, and it was verified that from a speaker from HCD that Redondo will be measured, the housing element will be measured on the programs, not necessarily on the numbers, because the numbers of units built within a period of time, because the representative said that is often out of the control of the city, of course, right? But they will be held accountable to the programs.
Yeah, and where we would be held accountable for the sites and the numbers is what we were talking about before, is if one of those sites that you have in your sites inventory is developed in a way that does not meet what was on that, and now you don't have in your capacity of your housing element the ability to provide all of the units in the different categories of very low, right, low, and above moderate.
Is this a good time to take last bit of public comment?
Our public was shaking her head.
The public said no. All right. Is this a good time to close the public hearing?
Do you want me to share what
comments we
I've
have?
heard so far? Yeah. And you can let me know, before we close our dialogue?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the resolution.
And I encourage the commissioners, if there's more stuff, now's the time to add it.
Right.
Because even if we go forward and approve this, we still have this list of recommendations, which can even be contrary to what we've approved, but they're guidance to the council.
Right.
And that way we've approved something, there's something in motion, but there are a bunch of changes that we're now recommending to it, right? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the resolution that was in your blue folder packet today. Just all we added was a couple of things. We added the dates of the hearings we've had so far, made a correction to section 5 that may have referenced a prior regulation that had been considered to make sure that it was clear that it was inclusionary housing. That was a cut and paste error of mine. So here, and we also, as I mentioned earlier, I added the amendments to be revised to include in lieu fees for fractional units. And that was something that City Council really wanted to consider. So the additional, I realized in talking to Chair Gaddis earlier today that we didn't really address in the actual resolution itself those findings. So added the findings are adopted as part of this resolution, including ordinance. The ordinance is exempt from CEQA, consistent with general plan and housing element, consistent with the local coastal program, and does not require a vote of the people under Article 27 of the Charter. These are this is what I've heard. So in the procedures, a minimum and maximum household size should be established. Finishes for affordable units.
Rental unit.
Rental units.
I have rental
Okay.
units
Okay.
to have same finishes as market rate for rental projects. City council consider limiting the inclusionary housing.
Hold
Yeah.
on. I'm not sure that reads as intended. Probably rental units to have the same finishes.
Parallel construction.
Well, no, it says affordable units
Market rate.
as market rate.
Unit.
Units for, okay, okay.
And then delete the rest after units, right? Or no, never mind.
Yeah.
And this was one, I don't know if there was a final landing point on this, but it was one that Commissioner Lamb had. City council consider limiting the inclusionary housing to only the residential overlay districts in the sites inventory and other sites identified in the housing element and not the entire city. Concern of unintended consequences that there will be more developments that will take advantage of the density bonus law than without the inclusionary ordinance. There will be increased density as a result. City council consider other options for achieving affordable housing, such as utilizing South Bay Housing Trust and other funding to develop affordable housing directly. And this wasn't like instead of, I did, take into consideration your comments, and even if you don't necessarily end up supporting the resolution, I wanted your voice to be heard.
Thank you.
So number 6, the presence of number 6 in here, would that be interpreted by HCD as we're essentially trying to negate all, what the resolution is intending? Or is that simply a warning? Okay, we're all aware that this is, we have this unintended consequence.
You could take out concern, just say unintended consequences, that there will be more developments that will take advantage.
I think concern kind of ameliorates it, actually,
Okay.
So we probably should leave that in.
Okay.
I'm just trying to make sure that we're not simultaneously, if this is approving something and then saying, okay, yeah, but this is a mess.
City council, if city council ends up adopting it, they're adopting it. And this, the point being is the intent is to have inclusionary housing how you want it, right? The moderate income, unless you want to consider the modified low. But, that's what the intent of the inclusionary housing was. The question that city council asked you is, what does this do to densification? And I think that this addresses that. It's not saying don't adopt it. It's just saying there will be an increase in density as a result.
Yeah, and I, just from conversations with the public and such, that they're asking the question, the answer is, yeah, the answer is yes.
And I think and I can't speak for HCD because I already pointed out I'm not the state, but I don't think it's a problem because you're not saying you wouldn't accept a density bonus project because you have to.
Right.
So even if you don't have inclusionary, you may get density bonus, and you're not saying, well, we won't do density bonus. You're just saying, hey, this is likely to happen, which I've said like 4 million times in the last 2 years.
Right.
It's on all the recordings.
And maybe the finer point on it is a concern of the increased density in places where the city is not planned and may not be able to responsibly sustain.
With city services. Infrastructure.
Yeah.
Well, but they have a plan. It's in the site's inventory. It's not like they can do this bonus to some other commercial site or some other site that they're choosing. Like, it has to be zoned for residential. They've already decided this is 55 dwelling units an acre. That's where that's going to be. We're just adding another 27 and a half units.
I think to that point, we don't know that this is the point of they could use density bonus and do even more than they can use that density bonus now, and we have the services that can provide for that.
you're saying that if there's increased density in places where, even though it's residential, the city may not be able to responsibly sustain that, we shouldn't make note of that here?
There's no documentation that we wouldn't be able to sustainably support that with services.
Across the board? In any areas, in all areas of Redondo?
I mean,
How about we say may not? The
May
city
not, yeah,
may
may
not
not.
have planned.
Yeah.
And
Anyway, that's
again,
just my
people
suggestion. I'm
can use
not.
density bonus irrespective, and in services, be
Right.
darned. I mean, so just to be clear, the one thing I'm recommending is stay away from implying you wouldn't approve a density bonus project. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's accurate.
Right, because you can't.
We couldn't anyway.
No, you can't. But I mean, the more words you put in about why it would be bad, which I get and totally understand, the more it sort of sounds like you're looking for the loophole.
It's fair to say we have a concern.
Sure. Well,
One other item, the in lieu fee, do we or do we not want to say anything about investigating further whether the in lieu fee will increase the cost of homes or potentially cause stagnation?
Well,
I'm not wedded to it, but.
The in lieu fee at this point is a prorated fractional. So it's fractional if it's less than 10 units, it's fractional, and it's based on what the financial study that this is what it could bear. It could bear that fractional amount. So, and I think that you discounted.
No, I did discount it.
Those.
I mean, you could make a finding you don't think the financial and that valuation is wrong. You can say it's wrong. I mean, that's what you'd have to say.
I think his concern is that it's going to affect home development and such.
Right, but that's the reason you did the financial evaluation. It's well within your rights to say you don't agree with the financial evaluation, but that financial evaluation was done to backstop and protect you from claims it's confiscatory and depriving an owner of their rights. Again, you can say, well, I don't believe her. That's fine.
I was focused also more on the 2 to 5 unit situation.
Right.
Yeah, where there's not going to be a density bonus if it's less than 5 units, but there's still going to be a requirement for an in lieu fee, which is a cost on home building and either will increase the cost of the home or just cause stagnation.
Well, it's
And I don't
discounted.
know
I mean,
if-
it's discounted, but it's a fair point.
Yeah, and just Commissioner Hazeltine was mentioning binging on these prior city council meetings, and it wasn't an issue that they really got into, but I think we've discussed it. And so if we think it would be a benefit to mention potential concern about the in lieu fee for units between 2 and 5 who can't take advantage of the density bonus law, we could include it or not.
If I could just interject then,
Yeah,
then you
please.
probably want to suggest that the threshold be 5. If you're not going to take an in lieu fee, they're not going to produce, so you might as well just say the threshold's 5.
Or we could say, we recommend that council consider whether the 2 to 5 is really a range that's going to achieve something that they're looking for, or whether it's just adding to expense of building homes. Does that make sense? Does that?
It does.
That's a good
Yeah.
point. Because the state threshold for density bonus is 5.
Right, that's right, that's what he's, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything more you want to put in there?
I think
Clarify that.
well, what it,
I'm only catching like what you're
yeah,
asking.
I
but-
think it's, city should consider if in lieu fees for 2 to 5 unit
Oh, yeah.
developments.
But the only reason there's an in lieu fee is because there's a requirement.
Right.
So if you set the threshold at 5, there's no requirement and no in lieu fee by
Right.
explicitly.
to consider it.
Yeah, you're saying you think 2 to 5 units you think could be considered onerous, and so you want to change the
Or
threshold.
reconsidered. how about we say reconsidered?
Yeah.
So we want them to think about, okay, is this really, to put a microscope on it, is this really achieving something that is part of our goal here? Or is it just another fee being thrown on top of development? Does that make, Scott, does that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shouldn't it be 2 to 4 unit developments?
Because the new threshold would be 5.
Okay, yeah. Good catch.
The council has asked us to weigh in on 4 questions. Is that correct?
I think it was 3.
3? Have we answered those 3?
No.
I think it was 3.
I'm going to go with no.
You know, the third one is going to be,
What is your question?
Fractional in lieu fee.
so we talked about the in lieu, we talked about densification. The requirement, should it be the moderate or the modified low?
I like the modified low myself.
I like the modified low. What do you guys think?
That's 80% of the median, right? That's
Yeah.
the one described as 80% of the median? Yeah.
I have a lot of nodding heads on
Having no
modified
strong
low.
feeling that's fine.
I don't think they said whether they wanted fractional or lieu fee.
Scott, do you have a
No, yeah, we didn't talk about
preference?
fractional.
I already had it
Modified low or
included.
moderate?
And they said, okay?
Amendments to be
You're saying,
revised.
do
to
I have
include
an
it.
opinion about that?
But did
We all
they?
saw it
Yeah.
today.
She just, that's one of the
I
questions.
mean, that's one of the 3 bullet points.
Yeah, we have to discuss.
I really, I don't have a strong feeling about that. That's my short answer.
I have a question about that. Has there been any research done on like what job classifications are typical for each of these different income levels?
There's tons of stuff out there. We haven't done it specifically for this, but I've often seen it in council presentations.
What are you thinking, Gwen?
Well, like LA Unified built a bunch of workforce housing and teachers couldn't qualify for it
Right.
because they made too much money.
So don't we need to make it low
But-
enough for them, which would be moderate low?
I
But
think
it's
that-
the
I
other
think
way.
too-
Workers and
It's the other
bus
way.
drivers and
Too
people
much.
did, but it was kind of a thing where the idea
They make too
originally was
much.
that we were going to provide
Right.
housing for our teachers and then they couldn't
There are many
qualify for
annoying
it.
Go low then? Is
No,
that-
no, it's the other way.
You go to the 90,000.
So that you
Oh,
don't.
you go moderate.
They make too much money. It's like people always want to have police and fire and safety people in their
They'll make
programs,
two or
and then
those.
they all make too much money. The same thing with the teachers. They ended up subsidizing in that program people who worked in the schools, but they weren't the teachers.
Correct.
Right staff.
Yeah.
Moderate level then?
And they need to live somewhere too.
So moderate is 120% of the LA County median of 82,000. So it'd be 100,000 for a family of 3. Is that what? 20% above 82,000?
Yeah, but that's correct.
96, 98,000?
I thought we were going for the modified.
Yeah, so the modified would be 65.6 if I wrote my note correctly.
I don't know what the
But teachers
incomes
would not.
It was 65, if we did all
are.
of it.
I know, I mean for the.
He was right. It-
But-
you
But I
just
mean-
won't
I mean,
have
I'm
teachers.
not, maybe we want to make it so that it's, the other lower income people, and we don't want to make it a bigger umbrella to allow more people to qualify. I don't know, but
Staff.
Yeah,
At 82,
okay.
it's basically 2 minimum wage workers.
Okay,
Right, that's what I think when I think of a family of
Okay.
82,000. It's
Okay.
2 people making 41,000.
okay,
That's a household income, right?
Correct.
yeah, so, okay.
So what are we doing?
80% of.
The
of
80%.
median.
So the modified low.
Modified low.
But can we say we don't have a strong feeling?
Suggest.
Should we, I was going to say, should we preface it, suggest or consider?
There we go. Okay.
And then the fractional, can you go over the fractional part again, Director Forbes?
The amendments to be revised to include in lieu fees for fractional units.
So just to confirm,
you
I
wanna look
understand it correctly, if a project has 30 units and their 15% ends up being, 8.4 units, they have to build 8, and this in lieu fee is for the 0.4.
That's correct.
And this is for every project over 10, every project over 2,
Over 10.
Over 10.
Over 10.
There was that different discounted in lieu for the 2 to 9.
And how much money are we talking about here? Like if it's 0.9 units or?
If it's 0.9, it's going to be pretty much close to the cost of providing the unit. I mean, probably maybe a little less than 90%.
It's probably 90%. I mean, for the affordability gap, it's exactly 90% of the estimated affordability gap.
Of the affordability gap.
Yeah.
I don't have a strong opinion, but it seems like not punitive, but just
Seems like a lot of
why?
money.
Yeah, well, it's like why? Like
That's what the mayor was saying.
Well,
He talked about it. He was saying, let's just forget about it and not put it in lieu fee for the fractional, because he said it's just such a small amount. That's exactly.
It's not a small amount if you have here's the issue was, we talked about this at city council, was if you're just rounding everything down, what happens to that 0.8 unit? Like, they can afford it in the financial evaluation. They should be able to afford that fractional payment. But the issue is, if you don't collect it, you're not getting those in lieu fees. You're not getting to that creating your own projects as a municipality. And
did they? And I watched some of the city council meetings on this, but not every minute. Did they talk about, like, in my mind, I would think if it's basically 0.5 or above, round up, and 0.5 or below and round down. Like,
you can do that too.
okay.
you
can do anything you want.
Did they talk about that?
Yeah, well, we did.
That way you capture the 0.8, that's a whole nother unit.
Right.
And if it's 0.4.
But if you're like at 0.6, technically, now you're paying for an entire unit.
Yeah.
You're going to pay a little bit more than, to provide that unit, then.
I'm not losing any sleep over that.
Yeah, I think that's.
Just use regular rounding rules.
Yeah.
Density bonus rounds every single number up. Every single number in
0.1
every
because-
equation.
We're more generous.
0.1 is a unit.
So we are more generous than the state. We are.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Okay.
So anyway, that's my opinion. Either.
So how would we write that?
So I would either eliminate it because to me, it's not, even 0.8, it's like, I'd rather have another unit than just have money.
You're not going to get the unit then. Oh,
I know,
unless
we're
you
not
map
going to
them
get the
out.
unit, but I'm saying like, I would rather have another unit at 0.8 than the money. Because my concern is that like, we collect all these fees and do all this stuff and like, we collect Quimby fees and it just sits there. And like, I don't see any parks being built with Quimby fees.
We
Like,
actually already.
I know we have a lot of money and.
We already have the housing trust fund. We
Yeah.
have that available. We have programs. We have a housing authority, and they implement programs. If there's more funding in there, then that does provide for, what are some of the different things that they could do? Can they do like a rent buy down or?
Sure, you can.
Yeah.
You said your housing fund already has a set list of parameters in what can be done with it. That can be amended to include anything that within reason that you do, as long as it relates to affordable housing. You could do emergency loans, you can do rehab, you can do rent assistance, you can assist actual units, which would be the preference.
Can you do repair?
Yeah.
Senior repairs for seniors?
Is that income limited? We have a program today, don't we, that has those kinds of.
Yeah, it would be income limited. When you're talking about somebody on a fixed income.
Right.
Yeah, but again, there's, again, I'm not one way or the other. I just, if the
It's just
concern
sort of,
is-
as Brandy said, it's sort of the situation where the person at 0.4 takes a free ride and the person at 0.6 pays for a whole unit.
Yeah.
I just think there's an equity issue there.
If you don't want to make any recommendation, just say city council to consider, we request that city council consider how they want to pursue in lieu fee, or, the fractional units. I mean, if you don't want to make a recommendation.
I like the fractional units.
I think I saw the slide flash up that had the different, percentage per square foot. So like, for example, if you were building, can we give an example of how much somebody would be paying if they were doing like a 2-unit place or something like
Well, yeah,
that?
so if they had a 2.4 unit obligation, their in lieu fee would be $231,248.
Okay.
Per square foot.
No, total. That's
Total.
just for this example, it'd be $238.40 per square foot of one unit, not of the total project.
Wait, could you say that one more time?
All right, so you guys look. If you look at the top of the table, the affordability gap for one inclusionary unit is $578,000. So that by the time you got to a requirement to do one affordable unit, their effective cost to do that would be $578,000.
Okay.
So the fractional in lieu fee is just 0.9, 0.8, 0.7 of that $578,000.
I see.
Oh, did you want to see? I'm sorry, I can leave that up.
City Council was leaning towards this fractional in lieu fee?
Yes. They had previously looked at just everything rounding down, and then recognized we do have a housing trust fund. We do have programs that this could go towards. It could go towards eventually building units and the city, and I think that the concern was they didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to provide affordable housing in other ways.
It sounds like we have a government function to do this stuff, and this is just funding it.
Yeah. You think there's any way, because I feel like if they keep the 2 to 9 paying the in lieu fee and this roundup, and it almost feels like coming and going, like small projects get it and big projects get it money, you know what I mean? It almost feels like if you do one, then maybe not the other, but maybe both. Like I said, I don't have a strong opinion. But
Well, it's just for the fractional part.
yeah, just for the fact.
So there isn't a specific recommendation you want to put in there on that?
If they were going with fractional unit, that's what we want to do. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't know. I say no.
You said no?
Fraction.
I say no.
We're ignoring you. No. Well, why don't we take a vote on it?
Yeah.
Why do you
I'm
say-
with Bill. I'm with Bill on this.
Yeah, why do you say no?
I say no because of some of these discrepancies that Kathy's been talking about, that, the benefit for the 5 and up and the benefit for 5 and under and not benefit for 5 and over. I'm not convinced that this is really worth adding more funding on top of these developments. I think we're good with the inclusionary. I think we're good with we're going to get the density bonus. I think we should round down and forget about the fractional.
And I'll just make a point that's completely irrelevant. If they use density bonus, they have to round up anyway, and they can't pay a fee.
Oh.
So,
So we could have it, but they're going to end up.
yeah,
rounding up.
if they're going to do density bonus, they have to round up on everything. And
If they
they can't pay a fee.
If they end up providing that extra unit,
Yeah.
the extra,
No,
0.2
it's like if
of a
it's
unit.
2.1, they're
Yeah.
going to
Well, then
provide
it-
3.
Then it doesn't make any sense to go against that,
It's up to you guys.
right? Right? Let's be consistent with what, and most of them are going to go with the density bonus.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't suggest you round up, if that's what you're saying, from every number. Because if people aren't using density bonus, that's going to become the 2.1 unit. Well, they're just going to change their project size, but.
Well, they're not going to end up doing 3 units.
right?
They're going to. It's a pretty elegant solution
Yeah.
to make it equitable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so can get very complicated very fast.
yes.
Yeah.
Do you
So,
want to just say the planning commission doesn't have a
well,
recommendation
let me
on?
sort of take a little straw poll. Who's in favor of the fractional?
I am.
I am. 3, 4, and who's in favor of nothing? I mean, in terms of just forgetting all about the in lieu fees
Round down.
or the roundup,
Mathematically, or everything.
or what?
I'm going to abstain.
You're going to abstain?
I'm going to go with the.
What's your
I'm gonna
reason
go
for
with the
abstention?
I'm going to go
State of
with
reason. Well, it's not
fractional.
an official vote.
Fractional,
Yep.
Doug?
Fractional.
Fractional?
you know,
Okay. I
so we'll
think we
leave
have
that in.
support for fractional.
We'll leave that in.
Okay.
Do we have everything captured?
yeah. Can we comment on them?
Haven't we been doing that?
That's not what we've been doing?
Well, yeah, but like, we're gonna like tweaking, revising, but like,
Okay.
I want to comment on number 5 about
Okay.
the
Right.
overlay districts. Those are the ones that concern me the most.
Okay.
So I don't like limiting to them because it just seems like you're just putting this big red target around things that are
Yeah.
already
Okay.
problematic. So,
Densifying the dense.
Yeah. so I'm not a fan of number 5.
Okay. How does everybody feel? I kind of agree with him on that. How do we feel about this?
I actually read this and thought it was the opposite of what Sheila was suggesting. I thought you
Okay.
were suggesting that we avoid those
That we
high-dense areas and
exclude
focus
those.
on
Right.
the other areas
Yeah,
of
no,
the
this
city.
limits it to those.
But yeah,
Can we have it worded so that we just have them discuss it, so that they're actually having this conversation as well? Because
Consider
I don't
discussing
believe they
limiting.
did. Yeah, so
Well, just-
discuss it.
Just if I could propose language,
Okay.
consider limiting the inclusionary zoning to certain parts of the city only. And then let them decide where that is.
Yeah, that makes it broader. Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
And they're going to probably run into the same, sledgehammer we did of like, if you limit it to the non-overlays, there's just not enough units out there. And if you limit it to overlay, now you're just highlighting a.
Well, everybody will have a chance to think about it some more.
Right, right. I guess my thought was that you wouldn't necessarily have to choose all of the overlays, right, units. You could do a mix and match. You could pull some from, I certainly would want to identify some in every district, right? I think that's been what we've heard from the community, right? And I wouldn't want to we have an overabundance of overlay districts in certain, in certain districts. I wouldn't choose more than one per district, right?
I like it, Sheila, because it has the program for the housing element,
Yes.
okay? But it doesn't necessarily have a number. Like if you go back to what Sheila was saying, that they're not counting numbers necessarily, they're counting programs. So we still get our program.
Correct.
Yep.
I have to say something. I'm sorry.
Careful, because
If you're
you gotta
identifying
call markers.
specific parcels,
No.
you're spot zoning. I'm sorry.
Right.
It's just, that's a problem.
Yeah.
No. I'm referring to the sites inventory, right? Whatever in the sites inventory. There's
Right, but that's
more
all.
than overlay, right? You have the overlays, but you also have other sites inventory. And we're also talking about MH zones, medium high, RMH, RH, right? So we're talking about
The areas where we expected to have affordable housing.
right.
Yeah.
We're also talking about areas that can support 10 plus units, right? We're not talking about individual parcels. Well, we're not like the 5,000.
I was going to, don't name a parcel, just 500 Main Street. They're going to come in with the inverse condemnation claim the next day.
This language brings it to their attention and that they should consider something. But, and that's the sort of thing that as a comment, you can put forward a suggestion of what types of, of criteria they might use,
Right.
But this just is a broader suggestion.
Good job. So
Okay.
what I put here, city council consider limiting the inclusionary housing to certain portions of the city, in parentheses, sites inventory of housing element only, and not apply to the entire city.
Yeah.
Just a suggestion.
Right.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Is that better for you?
But that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, so not apply to the entire city. If it's not on the site's inventory, then it's like, R3 or very small projects where they really wouldn't apply anyway. Like, this really only applies to big projects that are on the site's inventory. Like, we don't have other big sites out there that aren't on the site's inventory. So everything else out there is one house on an R3 that's going to get knocked down and built 3. Like, so we're saying don't apply to that? Like,
Well, and these are things to be debated at the council meeting and suggestions to the council.
Okay.
But I mean, it's just sort of a suggestion saying,
I know,
you might
I'm not-
consider looking at different things. They could consider something wholly different, who knows,
Yeah.
right?
I would like to add something, and that is, I think they need to discuss the issue of not adopting an inclusionary housing ordinance and the impact of that
You're talking
on
about the
the
consequences, right?
consequences, and especially identify the program number 3, and the impact on program number 3. I think that's important to look at.
Totally.
If they're not, if they're looking at all aspects of this and are potentially considering not adopting a inclusionary housing ordinance, they certainly need to be aware of the impact on program 3.
Program 3? Did you say program 3?
Yeah, program 3.
Identified as a goal in program 3?
It is the goal, yeah.
Thank you.
I don't see any hazard in that, you guys? All right. Okay. Anything else, Matt?
I don't know.
Okay. Anybody else have any observation on this?
Nope.
Should I close the public hearing?
Sure.
All right. Do we have a motion?
Before you do, are we going to have an opportunity to read back through this, what we have in here, if we close public hearing and ask questions of Brandy?
You won't be able to ask questions.
All right. Would it be prudent to take a look at what we have in this ordinance?
Sure, of course. I thought that's what we were doing.
But if we have questions of Brandy, we won't.
Yeah, no,
Keep it-
if you want to look through it one more time and ask a question, by all means,
Could we
please.
scroll to the
Now's the
top?
time to do it.
What do you want to do?
Okay.
Can you take it to the top?
Before number 1, or?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh,
I mean, this is 34 pages.
Yeah.
In what level of detail do you want to go through this, Scott?
Got the whereases.
Keep going.
Got the findings.
Director Forbes?
Yeah.
Sorry, as we go through, the findings are listed under section 1 findings. Is there a reason they're relisted at the bottom?
Because those are the findings, and then now we're talking about resolving. And so I wanted to just be clear that in the resolution that city council, that these were the findings are a part of this resolution.
And those are the 4 findings that Commissioner Hensley mentioned earlier that are non-controversial.
Well, I still have questions on Article 27, because it talks about increasing intensity of 25 units.
Where is that?
In Article 27?
Oh, Article 27.
What page are you talking about?
No, like in the charter,
City charter.
in the city charter, Measure DD was adopted as Article 27. That's what we're saying, that this does not require a vote of the people under that article, but that article talks about intensification, density, additional 25 units. And I get that we're not changing the zoning. I just a little bit worry that we have obvious implications of this change. And, we could say that, okay, yeah, the density bonus law existed before, but so did builder's remedy. So why do we need any vote of the people for any change?
Could we put in a recommendation that suggests that we have this, they get an opinion of the city attorney regarding whether it does violate that?
I think
How's that?
I mean, yeah, again, I'm not the city's
No, that was
legal
a
thing.
very
I'm just.
good observation.
No, it's a good
Don't-
job.
Don't diminish the value of that
No, I'm not, but
observation.
we have 4 findings, and 4 hours of talk and 4 findings to make, and,
But
you know,
that's sort of a legal opinion thing. I don't, besides,
I mean,
besides Commissioner
ultimately,
Barrett.
this is not changing the density at all. This doesn't change the number of units, per acre. It doesn't change anything of that. Understood, more people may more developers may choose to use density bonus law. Again, something that's already allowed, already incorporated into our zoning code, already something that that being said, request that the city attorney,
I think.
So we've gotten past page 1.
now I got to go back to it.
Another basketball game tomorrow.
Iowa women are playing tomorrow at 1 p.m. Go Caitlin Clark. Okay, verify that.
we'll be back here next Thursday, right? So we'll be back here next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Set up tents outside. Not leaving for the next 3 weeks.
And then the following Wednesday.
23rd and the 28th.
Okay, now back, page 1. Findings, that there. Now we're on to the ordinance. So this is going to be the same for both inland and coastal, just so you know. So now we cut that in half. The purpose and intent. Just tell me when to go next.
I'm good, and unless someone else is still reviewing, to go to section 5 where we have our recommendations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 29, right, okay. I thought you said 20.
I didn't hear anybody saying otherwise.
Okay.
So I'll go to section 5. Oh, there we go. Okay, section 5.
Anything else?
Section 5's fine, yeah.
Anything else you wanted to look through?
Only section 5.
That's everything there. 11.
Okay. And these are additional recommendations on top of the approval of this ordinance by, okay. No, I have nothing else.
Is it contradictory to have finding 2 where we say that the findings are adopting the vote of the people under Article 2 is not required, and then having the 11 saying that we didn't want the attorneys to look at that?
Yeah, just to verify.
Okay.
Director Forbes, under number 3, instead of this does not require, could we say that the changes to the municipal code or the code changes?
Yeah.
Or that these changes of the municipal code or something like that?
Okay. Number 4, out of the context of our conversation, does that read what we had intended? Because I think what we had intended was that the household size be appropriate to the number of bedrooms or?
Yep.
So we weren't really saying a maximum household or minimum household size. We were saying appropriate to the number of bedrooms, right?
The minimum and maximum per unit based on bedroom.
For number 4, it's in the procedures, a minimum and maximum household size should be established. Is there a better way of phrasing that? This was where.
Wasn't it appropriate to the number of bedrooms or one person per bedroom? Basically, really specifically, it's one person per
No,
bedroom.
but it was 3 people for 1 bedroom, 6 people for a 2 bedroom.
At least one person per bedroom.
And up to
And up to,
3 or.
up to 2 per bedroom plus 1.
Okay.
Isn't there a grid or something that can be
Yeah, actually, when I write procedures manuals, I just put that.
Is that grid like a standard grid statewide or something like
Well,
that?
it's a
Or?
standard grid in the 35 I've done.
Oh, well, okay, you can't reference that.
You really can't, Kathy said. It's
Okay.
probably not.
To whatever Kathy
Kathy
says.
Kathy said it
said,
was fine.
Okay. Okay, what do we have here now? We have established appropriate to the number of bedrooms. Okay, well, yeah, okay. That pretty much covers it, right? Okay.
I could go back to 10. I know.
Good. Are we good? Sheila? Yeah? Scott?
so you'll need to close the public
I have
hearing.
nothing else, yeah.
Okay.
You'll need to close
Commissioner
the,
Boswell?
oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay.
You'll need to close
Motion
the
to close
public
the
hearing.
public hearing.
And I'll
Okay.
second that.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those not in favor say no. It carries unanimously. Public hearing is closed. Anybody have a comment before?
Yeah, just general comment. Are we recommending this? Are we,
We're just submitting it to council, right?
well, in the resolution, it says the planning commission recommends that
Okay, yeah,
amends as follows.
yeah. Well, we wouldn't submit it if we're saying we don't recommend this.
Is
So-
the recommendation.
Any other comments? Do I have a motion to approve this
Motion to approve
With the changes.
with the changes?
proposed changes.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote.
Okay. Commissioner Lamb?
Yes.
Commissioner Hensley?
Yes.
Commissioner Hazelton?
Yes.
Commissioner Godek?
Yes.
Commissioner Boswell?
Yes.
Commissioner Barron? Chair Gaddis?
Wait,
He hasn't answered yet.
I'm so sorry.
so I agree with all the recommendations that we've provided, but because of those recommendations and the need for further consideration, I can't vote in favor of recommending what comes before there. But I do agree there should be further consideration. So for those reasons, I'm a no.
Commissioner Gaddis?
Yes.
Chair Gaddis?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So the motion carries. And public hearing is closed, and that's that. Okay, let me go back to the agenda here. So let's see. We have items continued from previous agendas.
Nothing.
Okay. Items for discussion prior to action.
None.
Okay. Items from staff.
Yeah, just a couple of updates. The Metro C line recommendations are now before City Council. They had their first discussion on that on Tuesday night. Draft letter is to them. They're reviewing that, and we'll be finalizing that on Tuesday to submit to Metro. We have upcoming meetings. Next Thursday, March 23rd, we'll have 100 North Catalina. They have submitted a revised application. And did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Quick question on that. I thought once our decision got appealed that it didn't come back to us. I thought it like,
It's a revised application.
oh, so it's a
It's, yeah,
different
so
project?
it's being considered as well, it is a revised application. It's different than what had been approved and what had been overturned by City Council.
Okay.
So that would be their process.
Revised, does that mean they then go through the whole process of having 4 more meetings?
Well,
Potentially.
there's 5 hearings, but you don't have to utilize all 5 hearings.
But we can use them if we want to.
But I think we ought to.
But they're on their own clock.
Well, let's not go into too much detail about
Okay.
that application. It's next Thursday, 6:30 PM. And then on Wednesday, March 29th, we have the Objective Residential Standards special public hearing or special meeting. It's not going to be a public hearing. That's going to be community. We'll talk about what the draft changes are. We'll talk about the feedback we've had to date. The subcommittee, you guys have been great working with our team to really give the appropriate feedback that's really going to make this the right document going forward for Redondo Beach. So that's going to be at 6:30 p.m. as well, all here in the council chambers. Laura's going to graciously join us to help cover our meetings.
Thank you. I'll be here.
I did ask the city attorney when he could come back. I don't have dates yet from him, so I'll keep on it. That's all I have for right now. A lot of deadlines, a lot of things I've been working on. So if there's anything you have questions, just
Okay, commission items and referrals to staff.
I have a question. On the design guidelines, are you able to schedule another community meeting?
there's not in the scope and or in the time frame that we have available.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other?
Community meeting here in Chambers or community meeting Zoom? Which?
Oh, well, there's nothing scheduled, but my suggestion would be that we have an in-person meeting, second floor of the library, where there could be interaction between the different stakeholders of the community. So including residents and the design community, so that the design community could actually hear the concerns of the residents and that the design community could actually help solve some of the problems. But that's not possible, unfortunately, unless you want to reschedule.
We just like, I mean, that sounds great. You know, we have a limited time frame for this deadline for this project, and we really need to get it completed. And if I add or push back a meeting 2 weeks, that can make a huge impact on us getting drafts revised and us, it doesn't mean that we couldn't necessarily hold that meeting in the library, but we have to, that's a lot to do in a 2-week time frame and notify the public. We've already put, blasts out. Yeah. But that doesn't we can change up how we do this, like how we lay out this. It doesn't mean that you all, we'll definitely have the presentation. You'll all be able to do that. We can always turn the podium so that it's not just, Lisa or whomever presenting to you, but really turn it so that it really becomes a community. I mean, we had a great community meeting here for the King Harbor Public Amenities Plan. That even though that wasn't a commission meeting, it still had that same, feel of everybody being able to provide their feedback. That was probably drawing a few more people having interest in, planning is not always the most glamorous of the topics, even though we all feel that way, and we're here, at this hour. It's not going to have the draw that the King Harbor Public Amenities Plan had. But that being said, it was a really great dynamic. And
that's really what I'm looking for.
Yeah. So we can certainly look at it that way. Maybe I'll even pick your brain on ideas on how to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Any other commission items and referrals to staff?
Nope.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Motion carries unanimously. We're adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.